All right. Where we last left the Tree of Ravens, we had just wandered out of the Galaxy Vial and onto the streets to hopefully gather up a bit more merchandise, wares, equipment before we have to start making our own moves in this unfortunate game of chess. Much to our surprise, we ran into a little kobold who we've already had encounters with by the name of Scab, who we ran into at the robber's den. He seemed to be pursuing somebody, and we pursued him in kind. I know this point, but I'm figuring I'm going to freeze like 10 times too. Upon trying to chase down Scab and being recruited as part of his gate. What's up, baby? Okay, thank you. And being recruited as part of his group, we proceeded to chase after Neil, who was unfortunately infested with some worms that he was so kind as to share with Karrith and Nyphix. And as we booked out of town, getting chased by the mob of guards, and at the basically the kindness of Neil to not finish a job, we exited out of the town and decided it would probably be best if we started trying to find some place to hold up or to regroup or to figure ourselves out. At which point led us to a forest down south, which I have to go grab a book. Look at me being prepared, DM.
Yeah. Go back.
Such a naughty boy. All right. Where we ended up running into the Ardent Arbor. A place that's known for creatures acting a titch bit weird. They have different personas as night and day translute into each other. So a creature that is gentle and kind during the daytime can immediately turn into a giant wild
Is he cutting out for anybody else?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure it wasn't just me.
I heard giant
Yeah,
murder rabbit.
Murder rabbit.
Yeah, that was a bad freeze. A giant.
Yeah.
Something that can be polite and calm during the course of the day can turn into a giant murder rabbit and destroy whole families. We decided it was best not to stick around for long, and despite seeing the fact that the nearby gnolls were also unfortunately dealing with this wormy issue, we took our own squiggly wigglies and our points of exhaustion and decided to rest outside of the forest after trying to look for the ruins that Titus Arbalest, the Emperor of Esil, had managed to find this crystal in. See if maybe there was a clue there. A bit of searching and not finding anything, we rested for the night. And through a campfire, we had some bad dreams on behalf of both Nyphix and Razzik. Razzik trying to take as much control over his dream as possible to not let this fear of bugs overpower him. And Nyphix seeing some weird vision that she is unsure what to make of it, that spooked her to her core. Meanwhile, Karrith and Eelix shared some common comforts at the campfire that they had going, sharing their pains and their woes as they were talking about what was done to save Captain Vickers, where we're going now. Do we feel like this is maybe going to just turn out for the worst in the end? Some truths were shared, some lies spent, and then suddenly, awaking in a panic, Nyphix was tackled by Karrith as he was trying to stop her from wounding herself, tearing out her own feathers at this dream, trying to get rid of the worms that were inside of her body. Calming her down, they shared a look into each other's eyes, realizing that they were stuck in this together. And Nyphix made probably the worst mistake ever, as, while using magic with Karrith, looked up into the, decided to cast Detect Magic and saw all of the worms inside of her body and Karrith's, worming and squirming around. We figured out that the worms themselves have interesting reactions to magic. Certain magics can make them multiply faster, some magics they are drawn to. And as we were sitting there trying to experiment a little bit, Nyphix pointed out to everybody, she doesn't know how and she doesn't know why, but she's pretty sure she knows where these ruins are. And she directs you all to a nearby space. I'd probably say given 2-3 miles away from where you were currently located. And you now stand in an open field. There are no ruins, but Nyphix is positive they're here. Players, what would you guys like to do?
I think I would like to investigate and start looking around, see if I can find any hide or hair where this ruins would be.
All right. Karrith, you do not need to roll.
Okay.
As you begin to wander, you sit there looking at how ruins can even be in this field, and with how open it is, how did no one notice there would be ruins in this field? It's open for the entire world to see. And as Karrith walks forward, all of you begin feeling the ground quake beneath your feet. And pulling up from the ground, an area of earth with a door set inside of it, looking like a sealed lock of some sort, runes etched into it. And as the door comes to full cusp, it swings open, presenting itself for Karrith. You hear footsteps walking towards you. Does anybody do anything or want to react?
Does this field and door look familiar?
Yeah, Nyphix, you've seen a door very similar to this one before. This is a door that you saw in your dream, but not the same. The one in the dream was a double door. This is just a single door.
I knock on the door.
The door has opened. The door was swinging open, and as you proceed to push the door open the rest of the way, you will see a figure inside walking towards you. This figure is dressed in essentially plate mail. Very interestingly familiar plate mail. Plate mail of the guards of Alexandria. The Emperor's guards. This man approaching you, bearing no weapon or seeming ill intent, has a grin on his face, but not smiling ear to ear. Taking a look at some of the items on him, you can tell that he is a spell sword, a modicum of magical power somewhere within him. And as he looks at you, still smiling, you hear him go, "There you are. Welcome, and congratulations. I see you brought guests." He removes his helmet. He removes his helmet, and you see his black hair flow over his armor. The smile is still gracing his face as he waits your action.
I cast Detect Magic.
What do you want to say, Nate?
I was gonna just look behind me to Razzik and Eelix, kind of just do a bit of a nod to say, like, maybe try to, like, stay clear. We don't know what we're walking into. Keep your eyes open. I would say, like, maybe it would be a gesture that we're used to doing, such as, like, a rub of the brow and tap to the nose to say, like, keep eyes open. And I turn back to the Guard of Alexandria.
And Razzik, as you cast Detect Magic, you will see the worms not only inside of Karrith, but inside this man as well.
I just look at everyone and go, "Oh yes, he is like y'all."
The guard welcomes you with open arms as he flays his arms apart and he goes, "Well, what do you wait for? Come in, come in."
I think I'll stay right here, thanks. But you guys feel free.
You may be welcoming us as guests, but let's be honest, we have guests of our own that weren't very welcome.
Oh, you misunderstand me. I don't welcome you as guests. I welcome you as family.
That's more disturbing.
Come on, come. Time waits for no man, and well, soon we will be eternal.
Soon.
And he'll start to head in.
Yeah, I'm gonna be completely forthright. There is not a fucking chance I'm walking in there. Not happening.
I'm gonna look over at Nyphix.
Nyphix is actually she's terrified because this is almost similar to what happened to her in her dream. Not the same, but it's similar. And when she ran, it didn't pan out well. But she's on the cusp of running now. Like you could see it all over her face. And that's not normal. Like she doesn't typically run. So
I think Karrith would do what he can to kind of like take you to the side and talk to you. It seems like it's here. What you were looking for. I will be by your side no matter what.
I don't know what'll happen if we run.
Running's a free action. Eelix, any thoughts?
No, not at the moment. I'm just kind of paying attention right now, planning a exit strategy. Because I think we're going to need
He's like,
one.
no thoughts, only for worms.
Yeah.
I think Karrith is going to go ahead and look at both eyes, and then go ahead, Death.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna look all around this area with Detect Magic active. I want to know if there's anything else here, any potential people laying in wait with magic items. I want to know everything that's happening in this area.
There are no people waiting with magic items, no worms immediately below your feet. There are no traps, no subterfuge. Nothing.
Well, that's scarier than if there were.
And I'd like you to roll me a survival check while you're at it.
You got it. Wow. Okay. So, this one. Yeah. Oh, 20. Not that dirty.
Filthy 20.
A filthy,
Dirty 20.
So, you do also notice, weirdly, that there are signs of battle that happened here. And the grass in those battles has grown to match the grass in its surrounding area. Almost like the dirt is more rich in nutrients, almost as if it was tended with magical means. The magic inside of it is long since faded, but you can see the scars of battle. An army versus what appears to be magical creatures of some sort, be it mage or monster. But there are no weapons. There are no items. Just grass.
There are rats?
Just grass.
Oh, just grass. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, greenery.
Greenery. Okay, so, I step back next to Eelix, and I say, if you look closely, it looks like there is a battle here, and that something is trying to cover up the scene of it.
So real quick, just so that I know what I'm doing here, Karrith has already stepped inside from what I'm understanding. Did Nyphix follow? Oh, go ahead.
I think I would have been at the door and I turned, saw how Nyphix was, stepped over to her to talk to her, just so that she knew she wasn't going in this alone.
Okay, I don't want to move anybody out of position or anything.
Yeah.
We're in position.
You're in a position outside of the fort, outside of the ruins.
Well, I was just looking at the map. I just didn't know if mine didn't refresh or something.
No, the map is currently fogged over because there's
Okay.
not a battle here.
Okay,
Yeah.
just double checking. Yeah. So battle.
No battle yet.
There was a battle here.
Okay.
And by the way, I am going to keep detect magic active until I say I'm not. Is that okay?
That's fine. I
don't want nothing sneaking up on me. I'll cast it as many times as I have to.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah, well, I'm keeping it up indefinitely as of right now.
Sure. Paranoid castaway, my friend.
That makes
paranoia is
sense.
taking hold. Yeah, I agree. I think we should do the same.
Yep.
I don't know what this door thing is or that dude was, but he was infected, and I have no interest in walking into the worm home. All right.
Yeah, I
You guys
agree
wanna
with
stay
that.
outside.
Like we don't know what's in there, but the person in there is, full of worms.
Karrith. You were saying something, Karrith?
I was just gonna say, if you guys want to stay outside, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
hold that against you. But
yeah,
this is
absolutely.
but this seems like the only lead that me and Nyphix have.
Don't roll.
Here's the issue, though. If we let them go inside alone, we don't know what's going on, and they might come out as smilers.
I will also warn the two of you, because you have detect magic on, the door is magical.
What kind of magic? Break it down.
It
Like
is
dimension door.
not dimension door. It's more reacts to certain magics. It's reactive magic.
I see.
Almost like a key being slid into a keyhole.
Okay, but does it have any kind of magics that could be used to seal the door or hide the door?
It is simply a sensor. It senses to see if there's a key, and then it opens the door.
So we have to assume that the key is worms.
Don't have to assume that, but that does make some sense.
I mean, I think that assumption is totally safe here. So, yeah. I care deeply about what happens to our party members, but short of dragging me, kicking and screaming and casting spells at you, I'm not going in there.
And I thought it was gonna be fair.
Yeah,
think
I
you
love you
both
guys,
know.
and I want you. Oh, motherfucker.
I don't want them going in and coming out without knowing what's going on behind the scenes, because we saw how the worms have kind of like that mind control groupthink going for them.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I'm not going in there also.
Scab will look at you, Karrith, and he goes, "Don't worry, I'll become a wrestler." and cocks his crossbow that immediately shoots into the ground. And he picks the bolt up and cocks it once more. I don't leave my team behind.
I look at Eelix and Razzik. You could learn something from him, and I turn and walk in.
Oh, I didn't say I wasn't going in. I just said it was a perfectly valid, reason not to
If
go
you guys
in.
want to stay outside, then you may. I don't see
If
much of a choice.
I want to know why you're so confident about going inside. That guy said nothing about fixing you or helping you or taking the worms out of you. He just greeted you like family when he's not your family, which is ultimately weird. And then you guys are just going to be like, okay, I'm going. No, I'm not going. Terrifying. Terrifying. No.
It's a good point.
And I'm fine with you staying outside if you wish.
Why are
I
you
wish.
accepting this guy as family when you just met him? And the only thing you got in common are those little squigglies in your stomach.
It's the only chance I got, Eelix. If he's gonna welcome me as family, maybe something, a form of diplomacy can work for me.
Like I said, I want to help you. I want to be able to cure you of this condition. But you have to understand, it bothers me deeply that I might have worms in me. And I'm sorry, but I can't go in there.
Not asking you to.
Good, because I'm not doing it.
At the same time, I don't want to leave them outside by themselves alone. Put me in a weirdly bad position here, guys.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible. If you want to go in there with them, you go right ahead. I'll be right here.
Scab will walk over to you as well, Eelix, and go, don't worry, we'll help friends together.
You're going to end up with worms in your head, too.
I'm just going to look at this honestly pathetic little creature that can't do anything right and just sigh. Ugh. I have the choice of trusting this thing as a guard dog or leaving this one outside to fend for themselves.
I'll be fine. Go right ahead.
Do we have any kind of sending magic or something that we could use as a signal? Like, hell is broken loose on either side. Can cause one side or the other to go running toward the other way.
I'm fairly certain I'm not using any magics like that.
'Cause I don't have anything like that.
I'm not gonna be dragging you by you guys' hands and feet. I told you what I'm going to do. If I have to go in alone, I go in alone.
I understand why you feel the way you feel, and in your position, I might agree with you. Again,
right.
I mean no disparagement to your characters or anything like that. I just simply am not going in there.
Alright, well, I guess my decision is going to be take the lizard with you. Hopefully he doesn't shoot you in the ass. And I'll make sure this one doesn't get themselves kidnapped or worse while you guys are inside. But at the first sign of weirdness, out. Run for the door. Don't try and fight it on your own. Run for the door.
Nyphix doesn't
wise,
say
though.
anything and just walks through the door. At this point, she doesn't even look back.
All right.
I'm tired of the bickering. She hears them bickering still, and it's just like, it's enough.
Yeah, I think at that point I go ahead and I make my leave, but I look at Eelix and Razzik, and I scar my brow, I scar my cheek, and that's just my agreement of if anything goes awry, I'll make you know.
Okay. So we're splitting the party. All right. So Scab, Karrith, and Nyphix all begin to head down into the lair. following after the Knight of Alexandria. I got my little map here. The pathway goes down for, I'd say, about a good half mile before it finally plateaus out to a bottom, and you actually are now standing on something that can be considered flat. The Knight of Alexandria wastes very little time talking and welcoming you in as you hit the bottom floor, and he goes, "So, where to first? Oh, and to you, my lady. Congratulations. One step closer on the path to eternity."
This path of eternity you speak of. How long has it been waiting?
Oh, it's been here forever. As long as the galaxy has been a blip in the current material plane. It's been here. Waiting. Watching. Its hands tied and bound. But finally, we're free. We're free. He gestures you forward to a room directly in front of you. You do see a very small pathway to your right that seems to go into a square room. A pathway to your immediate forward and to your left. The forward and left are kind of freshly dug out and look like they're being patted down and created into these cobble walls. Very worm-like structures in their building. The room immediately to your right has a door that sits there, just like outside. Well, actually, unlike outside. It's a runic door covered in different markings. And Razzik and Eelix, as you watch your friends starting to make their descent, you will notice the door starts to close and the ground begins to shake again.
Is there any way to put something in the doorway?
You can try, but
let me see what I have.
But given that your magic is, your detect magic is going on, I will let you know. Lacking the presence of a key, the door will just close, and nothing will stop it. You'll give it a silly straw at best.
Okay, so never mind then. I don't like this, Eelix. Not at all.
Yeah, neither do I.
Once that door shuts, you will lose your friends. There will be no finding out if they're okay, or if they're no longer your friends.
Yeah, I get it. Their behavior will tell me if they're my friends or not. And as for going in that room, I'm not fucking going in. So, like, I love them and I hope good things for them, but I'm not fucking doing it.
That's your choice, and I honor it as your character. You are acting very in character. Your
Yes.
goal. However, I will also ask Eelix, will you let the door shut and let Karrith and Nyphix go off to their potential doom?
See, my issue is either I have to leave one group or the other, right? I gotta follow one group down into some place where I know that I may not be coming out of, or I stay up here and hang out with this one who is pretty good in a fight sometimes, but not always. But I know I'm not getting trapped in a hole. And Eelix is a bit of an opportunist. And there are more opportunities for survival up here. So
I'm not
Not only
even
that, but from what we know about that door, you can't fucking open it.
yeah,
So
I have no way to open it on either side, for as far as I know. Short of the only thing I can think of is dragging a wormy body all the way to the door,
and then you gotta
maybe
touch
that
them.
opens. Maybe.
and you know what that means. Congratulations.
Jesus.
So, I mean, Mr. Opportunist is going to stay where survivability is the highest.
Same.
All right. And then I will honor the party split, and I will now remove your 2 tokens from this dungeon.
Well, I Yeah, I got it. If you had said the word dungeon previously, I might have acted differently, but still, no.
Door's open, bitch. Jump.
Might have.
No, it
Might
ain't.
have.
The door is closed. No fucking thank you. Doors I can't open or close, no thank you.
All right. So with that, you two will watch and make the decision as the door becomes once more with the ground. And your team, for what you know, is gone.
Okay.
Yes.
So while that's happening, and they're doing their thing, what I want to make my goal in the background is figuring out a way to open that door from this side.
Looks without a passenger riding along in you, that's not possible. There's Frail.
I mean,
Where
it
there
may be
is a-
possible, but that's going to be kind of my background goal, is to figure out a way to open that door.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and I'm sure you guys will find a way. We will cut back and forth as we go. But for now, let's keep moving with our wormy friends. You'll watch as the Knight of Alexandria moves you past that small door that sits on the side and begins wandering you into what almost looks like a standard cathedral hall. You'll see pews hemmed out of the ground and earth itself. You'll see statuesque towers being built that encompass the entire area. And what's more, you see many, many Knights of Alexandria, people of the nearby town, gnolls, all of which are smiling, some of which have these grins that you're watching the Knight of Alexandria and hat on, others grinning ear to ear and are just posted guards. And as you wander in, you'll see all of them turn to you and in unison say, "Congratulations! Welcome! Welcome, family!" You'll find that
Nyphix's hand is gonna fucking snap out and grab Karrith's arm like, fuck. Like, it's her freaking nightmare all over again.
And indeed it is. You do see the smiling ear-to-ear workers moving materials, moving pathways, boring into the sides of the walls with their hands that are bleeding and turning to stubs, and then healing on their own, working with purpose, constructing. I've frozen once more. I'm back.
You are back.
But you see them constructing and working and moving with purpose, their bodies healing and mending as they are producing. The nearby town is Shent, by the way. It's the people of Shent that are down here.
Okay. Is that Knight of Alexandria still next to us?
That he is. He waits to see your expression, and he's holding on with bated breath.
I think his expression is staying very stiff. What Karrith has been doing since the night before has been detaching himself from his emotions. And he's just trying to think. So what I want to ask is if the Knight of Alexandria knows what they are trying to construct.
Here, we construct a prayer room, a place to give thanks, a place for family to feel welcome. We can't go to the surface yet, not now. We have much to do, much indeed. This is a place where we can gather and commune. A place where it began, a place of birth. A place where congratulations were first uttered. When the Savior came and released our Lord.
Who was your lord?
Oh, his name is not spoken in common tongue. He's given himself. You know it. I hear it. And he goes to touch your chest as he says, I hear it inside of you. Do you let him touch you?
Yes.
He touches your hand, his hand to your chest, and you feel the warmth of his hand, and even more concerning, the wriggling of his flesh. He smiles at you as he says, But soon we will be free. Detached from this world in the best way. When free of care and desire, nothing can hold you down. Do you wish to see it? Do you wish to see the room of our Lord? Our Creator.
Where's the face of this creator?
Oh, he is doing his work. He's not here, not now. He's out welcoming many more to the flock. Many more faces to call home. Many more kindred.
Then perhaps I would like to see this room.
Excellent, excellent. Well, come with me. And as he begins wandering you back down the hall, Nyphix, how are you handling this little slice of your dream becoming reality?
Nyphix is standing there in horror. Like there's no schooling her face at this point, and as he's talking about like creator and their god, their lord that's going to be showing his face soon, she swears that there's a possibility that she's already seen it. So she, as the guard is talking to Karrith, she's just kind of blankly staring off in the room with a look of horror on her face.
My wife has just informed me that the map is done, so I'm going to start importing and uploading the map.
Okay.
This one just has detail.
No, I made a shitty little white square for them to stand on.
How's it going, Frau?
What did we name it?
It's just temple.
Oh, I don't see it here.
Really. Might just be in the first.
The last map that was in here is Elias' ship.
I saved it.
Joe,
Uh,
it is not saved.
I'll try a
Temple
folder.
area.
I didn't put it in a folder.
Thank you.
However, I don't know if it's important. Does that kind of one?
Yep, I got you. Thank you, my love. Sick. All right, everybody, close your eyes. We're taking a teleport. There we go.
All right.
And let me unfog the areas where you are there. And we have this path here. Get some boyos on here. And I will litter this area and creatures at the moment. But all right. So Karrith, as the Knight of Alexandria, you south to this little area down here, you'll take a look back and notice that Nyphix is kind of frozen in this state.
Am I seeing the map correctly?
You should.
I see the old
Try reloading.
that old hideout. Okay. But you said we were heading south.
Yep, can you see the map right now?
I do now, yes.
There's like a golden statue in the very center of the room, several pews, white tile base floor. All right. As you begin maneuvering south, you will see other creatures that are currently working their way at this stone prison, digging out the side walls, making it easier to move and maneuver in these halls. This main corridor seems to start having fashioned statues sitting in either corner, just kind of being worked into their current form of what they believe their god will look like when all is said and done. At the moment, all you can make out is a cloak and the details of worms comprising hands, legs, and a face. What's more, as you move into this area, you will see hundreds of worms outside of bodies scraping at the walls, assisting and aiding in this building. Wandering through the main archway door there, the worms on the side will also greet you with "Congratulations!"
Fucking ow.
As you pass through. Did you say "ow"?
I said fucking hell.
And the night will continue to move south, guiding you further and further into this lair. Nyphix, looking around, you no longer see Karrith. What do you do?
I think I would have looked at least to make sure she was following.
Ah, gotcha. So yeah, there's no following from Nyphix so far. What you doing, Nyphix?
I guess at some point I will sense that Karrith isn't standing next to me, and kind of I'll look around the room.
I thought you were holding my arm, so I was like truly just trying to stay next to you, but at least pulling in that direction.
She was holding onto your arm prior. If she remained holding your arm, you could guide her through.
That is true.
Okay.
Is that what we're doing?
'Cause I'm still agreeing to that. I'm staying next to your side. I'm not gonna let you go.
Yeah, we can
So
do that.
we'll say that that's what's going on. All right. The Knight of Alexandria will lead you through and into this new area. A little cluttered and clogged with pews. Several people are sitting inside these pews. Others worshipping this, what appears to be podium that sits beset in the center. I'm going to pull you guys down here with the knight himself. This podium looks extremely familiar. A very similar podium that you guys saw in the warehouse. However, it's missing its gem. Here it is that we give praise, where we honor our Lord, and and all that he has done for us. Looking across, you guys do see a hall, and there don't seem to be any worms in the hallway, even moving worms currently. That would be this one over here on the right. You'll hear the noises of clatter and movement around in the passageway to the south. But to the east, nothing. And one of these guys that is currently guarding, we're going to call it this guy right here, who is sitting on the side. Muscles. This man is also in the regalia of Alexandria, that brilliant gold and red armor that you are familiar with. However, it doesn't fit him. It did at one time, but not anymore. The worms have multiplied in this man's body to such a degree that the armor itself is slicing into his arms. These open wounds on either side, you can see the slithering worms moving around the layers of the armor, trying to almost fasten the armor to this man. He smiles as he watches you enter the room, his eyes never breaking contact. And you hear him wheeze, if not for a second, and he does not say anything, but all the worms inside of him echo that same praise.
Congratulations.
Do you look forward to what you will be? Eternal. I sense great pain in your heart, in your soul, both of you. Soon that pain will be nothing more than yesterday's meal. Healed by his greatness, healed by family.
I think when he hears that, he kind of grips onto Nyphix's arm a little more. Because even in himself, he feels lost. This kind of thing wouldn't be too far-fetched to become. Something that would fix everything in some way. A mind that could never settle down to be able to feel silence for the first time. But I think in this moment, with that grip, he looks over at Nyphix and he gestures to the room that has nothing in it. What was your name?
Oh, myself? I was gifted a new name upon this morn. Before, my name was Zachariah. Now, it is Esil. I will click on him once more now that he's given his name. His new name is the one outside of the brackets. Old name is...
Yeah.
Misspelled
Is
his
there a
old name.
reason you were given? Is there a reason you were given your old name?
I am given my own name, for I'm one of the gifted. I'm one of the speakers, the voices.
What's your voice say my name is?
Oh, you don't have one yet. Not yet. For you haven't accepted your gift. You haven't accepted healing. Comfort.
How does one accept?
First, you must accept what pains you. You must let us know how we can mend. Speak aloud what hurts your heart. Let my ears hear and my words comfort yours. Roll a sense motive.
I was thinking
You as well,
about that.
Nyphix.
Shit.
Oof.
Fucking 10, seriously.
So that would be
That's 18.
I'm gonna start fucking rolling your dice behind the screen, Mama.
It's 18. It's 18, okay? Gotta add the
Yeah.
modifier, okay?
mine's
Alright.
19.
Alright. He's being genuine. He wants to help you. He can help you. At least, he thinks he can.
What's the room beyond?
He looks over to... Are you talking about the east hallway?
Yes.
Oh, that? That's nothing. Not anymore. Once before, it was somewhere where we would not like to venture. We're not comforted by the thought of paining others, hurting people. Now, it's just simply for disposal. What one would refer to as, well, garbage.
Disposal.
Yes, unfortunately, our God's love does not favor all. There are some who, unfortunately have earned his ire by being his prisoners, his wardens, by being his enemies. Those who see justice by silencing his voice. I would invite you to see, but no one wants to see trash.
Sometimes that's how we learn to be better. See what refuse we used to be.
Amazing. 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 Oh, you are so enlightened. How I wish for your words to strike out amongst our ears. Allow us to learn from your wisdom as you partake of the gift. Come. Come. I'll show you our trash. And he'll begin to wander down the hall.
I look at Nyphix as this may be an opportunity. And I continue.
As we
As
go
you're
past the thing in the center of the room, can I take a closer look at it?
Absolutely. This device in the center of the room, roll me an appraisal real quick.
Should I do the same?
If you want to. I'll also take a knowledge engineering. Both of these rolls would work.
It's an 8
Okay.
with the modifier.
I'll also give you advantage, Nyphix, because you were face to face with the last one last time.
I got 17. You said appraise, right?
Appraise or knowledge engineering. How did you roll worse?
If anything, is it possible to give her the help action? Because I'm practically like holding her in arm to like look at this?
I mean this in the best way possible. Probably not. Have you seen her dumpster fire roll?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Nyphix, you find yourself a little too shaken to take in the sight, but it's almost identical to the one you saw in the warehouse. But Karrith, as you're passing it, there do seem to be some things off about it. Specifically around the top. It doesn't look like it's meant to hold, more that it's meant to destroy or create. Could be either one. It's not really your forte, this task. But it seems like the claws there have some sort of thing on the end of them that the ones in the warehouse didn't have.
When you're saying warehouse, are you talking about
The very first mission. Actually, you weren't there, so you wouldn't have known.
I wasn't. Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, if I point that out to her going, like, it looks like something is affixed to this or a part of this, would that help her?
I'm going to give her a will save because she's freaking out down here. And
Okay.
by fucking God, please roll good. By all the gods. One will save, Nyphix. Let's go. A curse on your entire set of dice.
I swear to God.
Oh, that's way
That's
too great.
8 plus 8, so that's 16.
Better than nothing.
You shake yourself out of it, and you will notice what I told Karrith. Essentially, the top of those arms have some sort of a different purpose. You're not positive. But whatever it is, it's some type of modification. As you begin to wander down the hall with Ciliel, he'll turn to you as you're wandering and go, "The thing that pains you must be pretty close." You change the subject. Are you scared to share it with yourself?
I think Karrith tries to at least play that part of what he's trying to understand. I think I'm afraid to let go of what I understand.
You'll find that sometimes you don't have to let go. You will soon have great power. Great power indeed. Power to change things. Fix things. Make them better. Do you understand? And as he says that and he wanders into the room, he will step aside to let you choose to. I will let you guys be the doctrine of that. But I will let you know the garbage that he's are bodies. Bodies of many, many creatures. They all are magical in nature, though the magic has long since dormed out of them, and they all bear almost a cousin-like resemblance to the ones at the warehouse, to Nyphix's memory. To Karrith, this looks like a dogfighting pit that has gone horribly, horribly awry. And these bodies, unlike all of the other ones that you've run into, are forsaken by the worms. Left to rot. Not all can make the great journey. And with that, I'm going to flip the camera back out to Razzik.
Okay.
It's been a good couple minutes, and that door's not reopening. No one's coming. And you guys have no way in. What would you like to do?
Well, it's a field, right? There's tall grass here.
There's tall grass, few scant trees, very, very few.
Yeah, well, I'd like to create a really big pile of grass and create somewhere nice and comfy to wait. Because
Alright.
I'm not going into that place.
You begin tearing up some of the grass and turning it into a bed. You'll notice that in the that you're cutting the grass down where that magical presence once stood, the grass does not grow back. Which, you know, if it did have magical essence in it at all, it would just spring back to life after it's been hemmed. You eventually get your little grass sofa set up and begin to lounge.
While lounging, I'm also paying attention to the ground beneath me, specifically, and the area surrounding me for even the tiniest hint of a worm.
All right. And what about you, Eelix?
So I'm going to use Detect Magic, keep that running, but what can I do investigative-wise to try and figure out a little bit more about the magic that's being used on that door?
Unfortunately, everything that you could possibly learn about the door has already been given. It's a Boolean property. It's either it's open or it's closed. And the key, well, you believe it's worms.
I believe it's worms. Okay. All right. How far back were those gnoll corpses on our way here?
If you head back into the forest, you could probably get to the gnoll camp and get to those bodies again. And get back here. But you probably want to get hoofing if that's the case.
Okay, so here's my idea. Now, hear me out.
All right.
Hear me out. This is both GM and Razzik.
Yeah,
right.
I'm paying attention.
I don't know, we don't know much about the store, but I really think worms are the key item. They're the thing that unlock the door and let people in and out. We passed by that gnoll camp on the way here, and there were a bunch of worms, wormy bodies. Now,
Right.
that means these gnolls have a problem with the worms. That's a thing. And they are doing what they can to dispose of said worms. And so they figured out how to do it with fire. But if we can get back to that gnoll camp and do maybe two things. One, maybe we can get a piece of one of these bodies and drag it back on like a sled, like made of like clothes or like with sticks, and use it as kind of like a doorstop to get this door open. And two, if the gnolls are having problems with these worms, that means they might be the enemy of the things inside, and the enemy of our enemy is our friend. And we might be able to convince them to come in and help us clean this place out if it's hostile. And I'm just going to tell you right now, I don't think anything with the worms is friend at all. Like, I think this is all kind of bad juju. So,
I completely agree.
if we can convince those gnolls to help us, what's left, and we could use one of their corpses as a door key, I think we should try and do that. Of course, this could go horribly wrong, and we can end up in a pot being stew at the end of the night. But that's really no different than going in there and becoming smilers. I would actually argue it's better.
I mean, let me see. Do you have rope and a grappling hook, because maybe we could drag one behind us, but I'm not letting it get anywhere near me.
Oh, we're not touching it, no matter what. No, I do not have rope and a grapple hook. But, I mean, we could probably grab some vines or some sticks and just kind of, like, jam it in there and kind of just, like, do the puppet thing with the sticks and just kind of push it along and drag it. Make it a sled, you know, out of 2 sticks, and a crossbar is not very hard.
All I'm seeing is Peter Griffin trying to get a dead frog
Yep.
out a window.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking here a little bit, but like I mean, and let's say the Gnolls do agree to come help us. They might have those things there themselves because they're obviously disposing of these bodies without. Hopefully, they are. I mean, they're smart enough to burn the bodies, so they're probably smart enough not to touch them either.
I'll be honest with you. As much as I care about our friends,
Mm-hmm.
I almost want to just run away from here. Like, I don't feel like I have anything I can do to get the worms out of them, except maybe burn them to death with a lightning. And I don't feel like I have any way to combat this phenomenon at all, nor do I have even the tiniest handle on what is going on.
Right.
So, like, I kind of just want to leave.
Okay, so we could do that, but on the way out, we could talk to the Gnolls.
I mean, but what if they're wormy and they attack us?
So we approach carefully and stealthily, and we keep the detect magic going so we can see if they got worms in them. If they got worms in them, we bail. Now, the only other place I think that we could bail to is actually too far away. But that would be the magic shop with the girls and the potions.
Right, and the guards are looking for us.
Yeah, they're looking for at least what I used to look like, so I could probably get in and out of there without being noticed at all, because I don't look anything like what I looked like 2 days ago. They're not looking for me. They're looking for you. You need to stay out of town, but they're not looking for me. They won't see me. Like, I'm 100% safe.
Okay, so let's go try to sneak up on Noel. I'm gonna let you know right now I'm not very stealthy.
So when we get close, you stay
I'll stay
pretty
back.
damn far away, because I am pretty stealthy. And I'll
Okay.
sneak up, I'll take a look, and we'll go from
See where
there.
we're at after that. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's go do it then, I suppose.
Okay.
I will say above table, you guys know that Belfont, where you were before, is days away. Like,
Yeah.
that's a trip.
That's why I said it's just too far away. Like,
Arden Arbor is close enough by where you could probably make this work. And I'm going to you guys had this chat and have already left as they went down, and they took that half-mile journey underground. So you guys are somewhere in the same time zone, and you guys find your way to the forest. As you do, you quickly find your way back to the forest, and I will note it is daylight currently.
Okay.
We're sitting probably around, because we really didn't get much sleep, probably around 10 a.m., 10, 11 a.m.
okay.
Okay. Well,
So that's good. We're early in the day. We're at the right time. Let's,
all right. Well,
let's do this, but we got to be quick because we don't want to be stuck in here at night.
Yes, that's true. All right. Well, you lead the way. I have, I think, less ability to figure out where we were than you do, so
Okay.
I'll follow you. I am keeping detect magic up, and I'm readying myself to cast a spell at a moment's notice.
You will detect the mist of chaos inside of the Ardent Arbor. Nothing is really currently trying to threaten or harm you, more just the natural fog that is inside of this place that acts as almost as a safeguard to the creatures inside of it. And before too long, you find yourself once more upon the flaming bodies and hear a familiar voice. Oh, that's a good log.
With the frog?
That's Neil.
That's not Neil.
No, wait.
That is that's the one kobold that you not the kobold, the one knoll you guys are collecting fire.
Oh yeah.
The one we just like kept going.
Yeah, how
That's a
wormy
good
is
log.
he?
Taking a look at Detect Magic, he doesn't have worms. He's just a naturally happy fellow.
Perfect. Naturally happy Knoll.
Well,
All right, what did he say again? Because I got slightly distracted there. I went slow.
He said, "That's a good log," and then he picked up a log and put it in his arms.
And I'm gonna try. Ooh! Hold on. Hold on. I has idea. Disguise self. Is that gonna work? Yes! Awesome. So I'm gonna use disguise self to appear as a knoll.
All right. Are you appearing as random Knoll, or are you going to try and mimic his clan tattoos as best as possible?
As best as possible.
All right.
And I mean, if that helps, I have a disguise with a modifier of 10.
We'll see if it comes into play.
Okay.
I think the disguise self spell kind of also adds buffs to that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm going for more like the ability to shape these things to look that way. If I need it. So disguise self works for 10 minutes per level. You make yourself, including clothing, armor, weapons, and equipment, look different. You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller, fat, thin, or in between. Otherwise, the extent of the apparent change is up to you. You can add or obscure minor feature or look like an entirely different person or gender.
Yep, and you get a +10 to your disguise checks.
Yeah.
In case you need it.
Yep.
So as you disguise yourself as this creature, continually happily plodding, just picking up logs and sticks and tinder. He doesn't seem to notice you guys as of yet.
I'm going to walk out and be like, that is a good log. It's a really good one.
It's a very good log, yes.
Yes. Are you going to use it for fire, or are you going to use it for making something? Because that'd be a good one to burn, but that would also make a good leg to a nice chair. Or a nice stool to sit on.
Oh, yes. We use them both for burning, yes, and for chairs, yes. But you have to make sure there are no worms. If there are worms, that is a problem, yes.
Yes, the worms are a problem. I hate to ask, but I got a little bit of a problem going on. A couple of my friends ended up going into this thing not too far away, this like weird building, and there were worms there, and I need to get them out before bad things happen. And I think the only way to get them out is to have something with worms on it, because the door likes the worms. It won't open without a worm. Can you help us get in there?
No. No. If they're in there, they're dead. Mistress Nadine says to leave them to their death. Yes.
Mistress Nadine?
Yes. She is the chieftain.
Oh, I've been out of the area for a really long time. Would it be possible to meet this chieftain?
Oh, yes, absolutely. We can go meet her right now. Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at Razzik.
Start happily trotting off, and then as he trots off, he steps from you and goes, "Oh, that's a good log." And then he picks up another log.
I'm like, I look at Razzik, I'm like, get a good log. Pick up a
Okay.
nice looking log.
All right, and now I'm going to splat down another map because you are in a different instance than them. All right, and let me highlight this map, unfog it. I had this set up on the other instance, but now we're on this instance, so I don't have it set up anymore. Fucking trying to be prepared and shit. And then need one of those.
It's a good
I
log.
don't remember what rad was.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So there's Eelix, there's Razzik. And you two proceed to wander in to this Knoll encampment that is currently playing very, very happy-go-lucky music as they dance around. You have the recognizable smell of burning pork filling your nose. You'll see a Knoll pop out of one of the wagons nearby, and he greets you, just kind of giving you a smile and a growl, waving his hand a little bit. There are Knolls who are currently dancing around the fire. And sitting on her own branch, you will see a Knoll who has feathers in her hair, just braided amongst her by her ear, her her mane. Many different feathers of eagles and hawks and other birds of prey that they have since hunted. As you catch the smell of pork and the scent of strong alcoholic beverage, you will notice that there are barrels everywhere. And these barrels all say the Wizards of Wine. Sorry. Remember what the hell the name of this damn place. The Rose Fromage Winery on it.
And remember, Detect Magic is still running on both of us.
As you guys enter into this camp and see fun chilling, you will also notice that the smell of pork is indeed not pork, but is human body parts that are being held by sticks over the fire.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay back from the in the edge of the forest. I'm not gonna go ahead and walk into that. That seems dumb.
As you start hanging back, Razzik, you'll watch as one of the Knolls dances over to Eelix with literally flagons in each hand. He goes, hi, welcome to the party. And he hands Eelix a flagon. And then he just starts shimmying his hips as he's on his way to you.
Okay, so I hand him a log and I go, and here's a good log, as I accept the flagon.
He grabs a hold of the log, and now he's holding the log in the flagon in his hand, wandering towards Razzik, shaking his hips, his tail going nuts. And this one we're just going to name Fred so he doesn't get lost. But Fred will wander you through and around the dancing circle to Mistress Nadine, if you're interested, as Razzik is approached by one of the Knolls, who goes, welcome to the party, and goes to hand you one of the flagons as he's dancing. Do you accept the flagon?
Yeah, I'm gonna just tip my hat low and accept the flagon and say thanks.
Pull up a seat. Enjoy your time. It's a good day to party. And he starts heading back.
I will. I gotta use the bathroom.
You sound weird for a human. That's okay. We've all been punched in the throat before.
So, yeah, I'm going to follow.
And as you wander around and you see Mistress Nadine, you'll notice immediately her white pupils and irises as she turns and looks at you and sniffs the air. You're not one of our flock. You have a strange scent, an amorphous scent. Are you Fae?
I am.
He is a gnoll. Yes, I have seen. He is a gnoll. He's got ears and whiskers and a snout and ears and yes. Thank you, Fred. That'll do. Yes.
But
Back to what we were saying. Strange creature.
I am not exactly one of the Fae, but I'm not exactly a gnoll or a human or an elf either. I'm kind of like a river or the breeze that goes through the forest, always changing to what's around me.
You'll hear the drum beats as they're kind of intensifying. That's too much.
I say that's fiddle. That's not drum.
Right? Let's go tavern.
one of these damn no got a fiddle.
Right? Just going nuts.
Oh, now I'm a little afraid the fiddle's playing. I gotta get out of here. A little too Georgia for me.
As you watch,
I heard the devil likes to hang out in this place.
You watch the random gnolls tapping their drums, playing their woodwinds, and just kind of dancing with the rhythm of the music, while the four in the circle are wandering around in the counterclockwise motion, dancing. You'll watch as Mistress Nadine holds her hands out to both sides and begins doing a wave with her hands, just letting the air flow through. It's just, you are like the mana, the ether, the waves of the spirit. I could accept this. And as you're looking around, with your detect magic and being as close as you are, some of these gnolls definitely have worms.
Okay.
Not all of them. A very scant amount, but they do have worms.
All right. So, one of the reasons I'm here is I have friends that I understand have been lured into a forbidden place. One which Fred has told me I just must assume that they're gone, they're lost, that they're dead. They've been infected by what I've been calling the smiling worms. And it seems that some of your tribe here may have them as well.
It seems as though your friends have been home.
Can you say that again?
It seems as though your friends have been called home.
That's what the gatekeeper there said. We were all invited in, but I didn't think it wise to go in when I noticed that on our way there, we passed by one of your funeral pyres disposing of some bodies that were infected with these worms.
Not disposing. Warding.
Warding.
You see, the worms, they like the fire. They view it as a gift. It helps them to move faster, as is nature's best. And thus, with our gift, they seek us only when they are hungry, leaving us in peace. At first, we were troubled by these worms. We concocted a plan, as worms do not like the rays of the sun and dry on crisp foliage. We had our prayer masters sit around a blazing fire, and we baptized in flame the ones afflicted, while trying to heal what we could. This caused them to rapidly multiply and mutate. Before too long, their insides became their outsides and fell upon the fire, smothering what they loved. Unfortunately, we did not find these flames, but we did find ways to move them. Some have become what we refer to as speakers of the earth, and they talk to the worms and allow them to go about their way, not bothering us.
So is that how you've come to coexist? Some of your people have come to coexist with them living inside of them?
Coexist is a good word. You see, the worms, they affect people differently. We notice ones of us that are not gifted. Well, they are great in battle, fast as a cheetah, more strong than a bull, able to topple a carriage with a single punch. But not for long do they lose themselves to the smile. Those of us who are gifted, however, well, they keep themselves. They are able to speak and coexist. They gain no strength and no speed from their symbiote. But instead, they gift us knowledge. And with that, Eelix, you and Razzik will start hearing the screaming of a woman. No! Let me go! Please! Please! And with that, a tied-up merchant girl is being drugged from one of the tents. I swear they pay me minimum wage. I've given you all that I can. I eat terrible amounts of salt.
Sounds like me.
And you'll watch as the gnoll who's pulling her from the tent will pull out his dagger from the side. Razzik and Eelix, what do you do?
Fuck it. So, Mistress Nadine, since you know that I'm not a gnoll, and I am one of the ephemeral ones, I do have to protest to the treatment of this young lady here in my presence. It's not something that my people, and I understand that I am a guest at your fire, but it's something that my people do not accept as the way. Would it be possible to not do this here and now?
Razzik, is there anything you'd like to do before I resolve Eelix's request?
No.
Eelix, you'll take a noted look of confusion on Mistress Nadine's face. And she'll look and go, that is strange. I always thought you Fae were a party sort. And she waves the gnoll, and he picks the girl back up and puts her back in the tent.
I'm gonna give Razzik the look of like, you might need to handle that while I keep these people busy. One of those kinds of looks. Like, keep an eye on that tent.
Give me the look. I'm looking at the camera. Give me the look. I want to see it. Okay. Some nods. Yeah, just okay. Alright. I guess which tent is it? The one over here with the bag?
Yep, that's her.
Okay. So I'm gonna Circle around.
Also, while I'm on it, Razzik, what languages do you speak?
Oh. Common, Undercommon, Sylvic, Draconic, Orcish, and Abyssal.
Ah, not Null. All right.
Not
What about you?
all.
Eelix? Do you partake in Null speak?
Where is my character sheet? I just had it a minute ago. Where are my languages? Common,
They would
Draconic,
be,
Dwarven, Elven, Gnome, Orc, and Sylvan.
Ah, not Null. All right. No hidden messages for you two.
Yep.
When they pulled that girl out, did she have worms in her?
Oh, I mean, let's get there first. Are you just wandering over to the tent, and just heading on
I mean,
in?
I circled around in the bushes, and then my hope is to wait until they're distracted and approach it from the rear. But the guy on the right, or the north rather, is impeding my progress, so I'm gonna wait until he fucks off.
All right. So, Eelix, with that said, Mistress Nadine kind of goes back to her rhythmic swaying with the beating of the music. After acquiescing to your wish, and you'll watch the one Knoll come over and starts talking to the other Knolls in Knoll, and he's just grumbling. He does start to make some gestures, however, and I will let you roll linguistics if you have it, because that's a trained skill, I think.
I do have linguistics.
I do as well.
I'll let you both roll linguistics if you'd like.
I got a 29.
8 plus 8, 16.
Oh, 18, you said?
16.
16. He's making rhythmic movements, like kind of shaking his hands, and it looks like he's swaying back and forth. And then he looks over at Eelix and kind of gives like a confused. And you watch as the other two are kind of noticing it. There's almost like a look on their face that isn't giving you the signs of hungry, want to eat, but more confused that every party needs two showed up. And you
We're
pooped
confused
the
that
party
what?
for that girl. Every party needs a pooper, but two showed up, and you pooped the party for that girl.
Yeah. You're gonna have to deal with it for just a minute, because I want to figure out what's going on first.
All right.
So, while Nadine's doing her swaying thing...
Yep.
So, here's the issue and why I've come to this forest. I need to get into that building. And it sounds like possibly that you have a different relationship with these worms than the ones in the building do. Is that accurate to say?
We understand them, but with no way to rid ourselves of them. We would have to seek help from those who would see us harm.
What if our goals aligned? I need to clear that area out and rescue two of my friends that are in there. You would be much better off if that building was no longer inhabited anymore. You also seem to have the ability to pacify these worms, which is something that we are in need of. My friends are a skilled healer and warrior, and my companion here and myself are quite skilled with magic. If we were to combine forces, we could rescue our friends, rid your lands of this trouble, and you could help us calm the worms in their bodies and maybe get them to leave. It could be beneficial for the two of us, our two groups, to work together.
It is forbidden for whoever is not infected to go towards that place.
Forbidden
But we may
by who?
forbidden by me. Would you go to a place that actively culls your people?
If I had the ability to make it so they could never do it again, yes.
That is not the way of the forest. That is the way of people.
But the way of the forest is the strong live and the weak die. We're stronger than they are with our numbers and what we need and want.
Numbers mean nothing to the worm. It just means more infected. Can you give any guarantee that safety is within those walls? Many have entered. None have returned.
I can provide...
Razzik,
Sorry.
Razzik, you noticed that the knoll that you were kind of watching has stepped behind the wagon and is now maneuvering his toga and is peeing on said wagon.
Razzik, what's the most impressive thing that you can do with magic right now that's not going to drain too much of a spell slot?
That's a tough question.
Like, I'm talking about something that I can say, we need to show them that we're capable of, we can provide a guarantee of success. Show them power.
Well, the more powerful the spell, the more limited number of casts I have of it.
Right. So I'm asking you to
She said
choose
the
something
worm-
wisely that is going to impress a group this big, but also not get us stabbed in the process. I want an army of gnolls to go rescue our friends. Eelix Riftwalker, the Gnoll Whisperer.
I will allow you to roll a sense motive on Nadine to kind of gauge her intentions, while Razzik rolls me stealth to try and save said girl.
1 second.
18 plus... What's my sense motive? 6. What's that? 18, 19,
24.
20. Thank you.
No problem.
So while that's going on,
I am woefully under-equipped to provide anything like flashy. The best thing I could do is probably aggressive thunder cloud, which persists and does lightning damage, or scorching ray. Oh no, wait, I don't actually have. Oh yeah, I have 1 scorching ray.
all right. Well, we're gonna save that scorching ray. We're gonna save that thundercloud too. You don't have like an illusion cantrip?
I have a cantrip that will make them be afraid, up to 4 hit die.
I sent you a DM for your roll.
Yep,
Duality.
give me a second. Where's my phone? All right.
And you said you wanted a stealth roll from me?
No. Oh, stealth roll, yeah. That's...
Well, that's a 13.
All right. You begin wandering up to the tent, and do you cut her free, or do you try and drag her?
No, I wouldn't try to cut her free. I would try to open the way and let her go whichever way she wants to go. I'm not in the dragging people out of a tent against their will kind of a way. I'm in the,
So,
this is an exit, you're willing, if you want to take it, it's there. And then I immediately retreat back into the forest.
so you're cutting her binding so she can go, essentially.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll slip into the tent, cut the bindings, and say, if you wish to be free, you are free. You can go out into the woods and run wherever you want, but I'm not going to force you. That's your decision. And then go back into the woods.
So first things first. As you get closer, your detect magic will detect that these two gnolls here are wormies.
I see.
The girl, however, is free of worms. But as you cut her open, the gnoll who was originally dragging her out of the tent to cut, and drawing out his knife, looks at you and sees you cutting her loose and goes, "Are we going back to the plan? Come on, join the dance. Where are you going?" Is she...
Yeah, I'm just gonna move back into the woods and I'm gonna prepare a spell if anyone chases.
He does not chase her. He just seems very confused that she didn't want to dance. She didn't want to join the party. She ran away. Like, why? Why would you do that? Just doesn't seem right.
Tie her up and torture and make her afraid and she's screaming and shit. That's what's wrong.
Time.
I moved back to my original position in the woods. And
All right.
kind of tip my hat to Eelix and then give him a wink.
And I'm gonna do the whole thing. Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at Nadine and go, "You're looking for a guarantee of success. I can get into any area unnoticed and slip out, in and out, even if people see me. I am whatever needs to be in an area. And my friend here can call down the thunder and have it chase his enemies clear out of any location. He controls the storms." With that power and your tribe, I guarantee we can clear this area out and make it safe for your people. You will never be bothered again.
I'm going to leave it up to a bluff roll.
Alright, motherfucking bluff roll. Where's my motherfucking bluff? Mother fluffer. Okay, I got a plus 10 on that. So I'm going to clear this dice. Bring this one out.
Sage it.
No mama,
Bless
no
it.
mama. Sorry.
Yeah.
Not the mama.
18 plus 10, 28. 2-8.
She smiles warmly at you and says,
I see your confidence in yourself, in your ally. We will lend you what we can. All of the ones infected, and some who are not. To risk the whole tribe would be suicide, but to not dive on an opportunity would be most unfortunate, if it could possibly bring a return to lifestyle.
and with that, I will inform Razzik with his detect magic. There's something moving in your general.
Oh, what? Can I see it?
Yeah, you can. It's really hard to miss. You watch it kind of tramping through bushes, tramping over trees, pushing trees to the side, and just rather squirmily, wormily, wiggly woggling its way as an overgrown knoll is making his way towards this camp.
Oh, I fucking run. No spells, run. Full speed. And I shout as I'm running, incoming!
Oh man.
And Eelix, as he shouts incoming, take note through the woods and see this big wormed creature, its jaw popped open from the amount of worms that are inside of it, unhinged, worms squiggling out of its mouth and through its teeth, its eyes bulging underneath the pressure, its body twice the size of any normal gnoll would possibly be. This imposing large creature maneuvering in your general direction, and we shall cut back to the other part.
Ooh.
Oh, you fucking like to leave it on a cliffhanger, don't you?
It's only a cliffhanger for Eelix. You beat feet, I'll have you remember.
I did everything I could to be in the right place at the right time to be able to let them know something's coming and to get the fuck out of the way. That doesn't mean I'm gonna not help them. That just means I'm not going anywhere near that fucking thing.
All right. Karrith, Nyphix, Karrith, Nyphix, and Scab, you find yourself in this room. There are 4 runes upon the floor, and bodies littered everywhere. I'm going to come back in here and put on some intense music.
Yes, to your duality. Yes.
Why were these vermin rejected?
No, just because I pet you a little doesn't mean you get to come all the way up here and be obnoxious. Go ahead.
They are rejected because they were the guards of our Lord. Their bodies incompatible with ours. Unfortunately, these creatures will be lost. If we
I looked in. Oh,
Go ahead.
If we did infest them with worms, it would only prolong their suffering. Or if we did gift them with worms, it would only prolong their suffering. We're being merciful by being ruthless.
so are there no worms inside them now?
No.
You were going to say something, Mama?
No, you answered the question, so you're good.
Gotcha.
I think Karrith is gonna look over at Nyphix and see what she can judge from the situation.
I would assume that Nyphix at this point is taking note that these particular creatures are the same ones that she fought with Captain Vickers and Razzik and Eelix at the very beginning.
Cousins of, not directly related.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of like,
How did they fail?
there's a sea creature on my mind and I can't remember it. Kind of like a calamari to an octopus.
Okay.
Same family, but different creatures.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But how did these creatures fail?
They were slain by our saviors. And as you take a look, you'll notice that their dark bodies have this black ichorish blood that has dried on them. And they have been cut by countless numbers of blades and spears. Hemmed down by the might of Alexandria herself.
Were they infected before?
No. No, they wouldn't make good prison wardens if they were infected as well.
Why this room specifically?
You'll notice that Cecilial is kind of just keeping his distance from the room as he looks and says, "It's the only room we don't see to do anything with. Trash is where trash belongs, laid upon the tools that they use, laying with their God-fearing instruments. Oh, how little they helped."
Wish they tried. And I walk a little more into the room.
All right. As you take a look at the ruins on the ground, you'll notice that they're inert, but they're still active. Like they can be activated, but right now it's like a power switch and they're turned off.
Yeah. He's gonna kind of get a little bit as if trying to be passionate about it, and he's gonna lean down and touch the head of the creature on the ground.
As you touch the creature on the ground, you'll hear the worms inside of Nyphix will hear the worms inside of your body screaming at you. And
Do I hear what they're saying?
You feel pain, as if these worms are biting your muscles to try and stop you from even giving these things the time of day.
Zachriel.
Yes,
Your name, correct?
it is.
Come to me.
I will not.
Why?
I am not trash.
We all come from something. Don't we want to overcome that?
Nyphix is gonna walk up behind Zachriel really close at his comment of just saying, "I'm not trash." And it's just, at this point, she's tired of hearing his, this is a gift, this is a, just his constant question of what pains you. Just the constant repeat has now pushed her to the point that it's irritated her at this point. And she's going to walk up behind Zachriel and she's going to ask him, just kind of, it's going to be like a whisper, but kind of a loud whisper, and just ask him, who chooses that you're not trash?
What do you mean? Chooses? We all have that right. Do you look in the mirror and call yourself?
But you say they speak to you and tell you that you are not like them. Nyphix is going to point to, inside the room.
Of course.
So, what makes you so special to decide that?
Don't you see? We grant freedom, while they seek only to keep us locked away. They want to keep our gift buried. They want to make sure the world can't be given a gift. Were you forced to take our gift? Were you forced into accepting?
Nyphix at that point, as he keeps calling it a gift, and each
He
time he
connects
calls
it.
it a gift, it causes Nyphix to kind of like there's a twitch
I'm
in
gonna make
her.
both of you roll bluff checks after this, by the way. But go on.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think right now it's a do or die situation, and I would connect eyes with Nyphix to be like, it seems like whatever's in us does not want to be a part of the death that's in this room. There may be a way to get this out of Zachriel.
Celial is the name he was gifted. Zachriel is his noble.
Right.
That is just a steady 11.
Steady
You said
11.
he's rolling for bluff.
Rolling for bluff. How well are you keeping it together that you're one of them?
18.
Karrith used to putting on the mask, and Nyphix is slipping. But his question remains. Were you forced to take his gift?
I think that's when Karrith grabs his shoulder and says, I felt it forced upon me, like a hug unwarranted. But as I felt the embrace, that's when I accepted.
He smiles very warmly at you. You watch this beaming energy come across his entire being as he goes, yes, you get it. You understand that sometimes when you are in the greatest of duress, it's a gentle hug that brings you home. And then he looks at Nyphix and goes, but you do not. I sense that you do not wish this gift. You do not wish to be one of us. And why?
I
Why
grip,
did you? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I grip in his arm just to kind of like pull him away from this thought process and go, do you understand this is why I must understand the trash? There must be a way to help her mind at ease.
And you'll hear, Mama, your worms are betraying you. As Nyphix hears inside, she called us a sickness. She tried to cure us. I understand. You brought her home to enlighten her. It's such a shame. So devoted. You would make such a great speaker. I could tell the love is strong in you. Congratulations.
I connect eyes with Nyphix.
Nyphix is she's gonna look at Karrith and just, you can see in her eyes that something's not right at this point, that there is now something off. I'm gonna attempt to slowly move into the room.
All right.
That slight
Yeah.
shift, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
You watch a scab is standing at the side. And as he does, Celia will lean down to him and go, "Hello, little friend. Hal, I see that you have not been gifted yet."
In due time.
He looks at you for
I
a
will.
second, and then he looks back at Scab and goes, "Is this what you wish? To be turned in due time?" Ha ha. No. And Celia just smiles and says, "It's okay. I understand your cautious nature. In time you'll understand." And he'll let Scab walk past the room, unnestled. Eelix and Razzik, as you watch this creature in the woods, you'll see the other gnolls start to maneuver to try and interpace with it. 5 gnolls in general, while the others fall back. This guy will begin peeing and then prone, get his fucking wiener away fast enough. We'll just put poisoned. It's equally so. He peed. But these 5 wormy boys will and block with their bodies the others. And as this creature comes up, you'll hear them begin to chant something. In time, in time, in time. And you'll watch as the creature looks at the 5. It nods. And then heads back into the woods. Problems get worse every day. You may have your envoys, and we wish you the best of luck. Bring back good news.
We will. Let's get moving. Razzik. Let's go.
Did you see that fucking thing?
Yeah, we got it handled. It's under control. No need to let down the lightning. Hold it in reserve. Gonna play off the fact that you didn't run away all cowardly and you were positioning yourself to be ready should we needed the lightning storm. That way she doesn't lose confidence in us.
Exactly what I was doing.
You will notice that most of the gnolls will stay behind.
Fine.
But a good number of them will join you on your quest.
Stay behind and no.
That's good.
Friends.
A good number of them is what we need.
You will head back with the assistance of your 5 wormy boys. The door will reopen for you. With that, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so are we still continuing to wait out here, or is the intention to storm this place and kill them all?
we're gonna get down there, figure out what's going on, and yeah, it sounds like we need to exterminate everything that we see living in there if we're gonna hold up our end of the bargain and not have to deal with these gnolls. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world to exterminate a bunch of wormy things, and since this is not in character, I'm just saying this right now, I'm good with us going down there and just exterminating everything. Worst case scenario, we get rid of a bunch of wormy gnolls and we get rid of a bunch of wormy things in the dungeon. Either way, I'm looking at this as a win-win.
And our friends?
Kill them, fuck them.
I mean, it depends if they're still our friends or not. I mean, that's... Okay, yeah.
All right. I'm going to quickly take a bio break, but I'm going to leave it on this to give a bit of a cliffhanger to Nyphix and Karrith. You will watch as Cilia lets Scrib pass, and then stares up at the ceiling with a smile on his face. Cilia goes, "Oh, more have arrived. Oh, congratulations, Stu. I will leave you to your studies. Farewell." And Cilia will leave while you guys are there. And at that point, I'm going to go take a bio break. I'll let bio break in turn.
All right. So we're on the same page, right, Nyphix?
It's got one of two ways it's gonna go. So
right, that's all I could think is me even touching those bodies. I think practically in game this is our conversation. Is the worms don't like us touching these things. They don't want to be a part of it. They're saying they're trash. They're saying they don't want it. But I think something inside these creatures affect these worms. Something they can't live off of. Something that, just like the runes on the ground, they inert magic. They must disrupt somehow. Remember the whole rune talk that Spike just had there where he was talking about it seems like the runes are still active, but right now they're inert? Mm-hmm. Look at the things that are in this room. These things eat magic, or at least stop magic from being amplified just the way the worms eat off it. That's my guess.
I am back.
Welcome back.
So with that, I will leave it up to decision. Who wants the camera currently? Because it sounds like Razzik and Eelix are about to storm this place. And Karrith and Nyphix with Scab are down below trying to suss out what they're doing. Oh, we
have an idea of what we're getting ready to do. I'd say it's probably a good idea because there's a chance that we could have things going on both sides of the door. I'm gonna turn to Karrith and say, just keep an eye on the hallway. I want to see if I can bring a body or two back to life. Because all I keep hearing these worms, these gifts, as they want to call them, they keep calling them enslavers. That's all I keep hearing. They don't want us to touch them. They don't even want us near them. So I want to see if I can bring one back. And Nyphix is going to approach. She's going to step up between two of them. And she's going to place her hands on two of them.
All right.
And then I'm going to cast twice Animate Dead.
Interesting. And with that, you watch the two creatures stir back to life, and they stand. They shake their head side to side, their ears making that floppy noise that ears make as they're too long on dogs. And not only are they cold in nature because they're undead, there's cold coming out of their mouth. They have breath weapons. What would you guys like to do?
I do want to do some type of investigation because I know when you said that Karrith touched the top of the head of those ones that were just dead on the ground, that it's like as if the worms in me were just squeamish or against it completely.
They were repulsed by it, yeah.
Yeah. Is there a way that I could connect dots of how the room becoming inert in this room based off of the creatures that are in this room?
Yeah, sure. Roll me a survival. And we'll see what you can locate or discern.
That is going to be... I probably don't have a good one. You said survival?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, that's flat 14.
Okay. You notice that the room itself and the dogs don't seem to have much of a correlation, maybe only as ally and trap. And the more that you're looking around this room, it's a trap room. It is made very specifically activate the second it senses a presence in this room. What presence, you do not know. But just like the door, this has a key and an activation code. Make a perception check.
That is a 22.
You begin wandering around the room, and you notice that this wall is not level with the walls to the left and to the right of it. And then you're immediately alerted as Scabs, crossbow, misfires, and shoots a bolt straight into one of the dead bodies.
Scab!
Zarl.
For the love of God, man, put the crossbow down.
No, there are worms everywhere.
I'm gonna feel around this wall. See if there's like a door in it.
As you begin feeling around the wall, you feel a small button, and upon pressing it, discover a hidden passageway.
I turn over to Nyphix, I nod my head, let her know like I just found something. And I'm gonna look at Scab and say, anyone comes in, you let us know.
Oh, no problem. I'll come on, I'll sort.
And you'll
Free
watch
them.
as
May your aim be true, Scab.
he plods over and
Gesture
gets
to Nyphix to follow.
over and gets prone on top of one of the runes.
Okay. And I'm just gonna get to this corner and I'm gonna try to look around it.
You see a passageway that goes on and reconnects to the left, and a room to your left, a little hall to your left.
Okay. I'm gonna trust that one that goes to the left just reconnects to that room like you said, and then I'm gonna sneak back up to here and look through here.
And peering through there, you will take note of a room with a solitary lever switch in it.
Nyphix, we might be able to use this room as a hold. If that lever is what I believe it to be.
Anything better than back there?
I'm just guessing, but maybe you'd be better than I. Maybe that lever activates those rooms somehow.
We
I don't
can
know how I
try,
would investigate that.
but I want to call the creatures to me and have them follow me, because I would like to attempt something as we leave this room, because I don't want to attempt it inside the room.
Okay.
I'm going to come up to
I'm gonna
just the crossroads of the hallways here.
Yeah, I was gonna like stop there. You're not gonna do anything to Scab, are you?
No!
Holy shit!
I wish.
Okay. Okay. I was just making sure.
I think it's just her death jump out of its own skin.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell Scab then from this point on, I'll just like reach back into the room and I'll go, Scab, like get here where this door is. And is there a button that I could search for that's on the opposite side that would close this door?
Yep, that door can close as well.
Alright, so as soon as I get Scab in, I'm gonna close the door.
Okay.
As we
Tight space.
get in through the hallway, now that I realize, like I know that these creatures now, they're animated, they seem to have some sort of old breath, of course, coming off of them. We know that the worms inside us are not very happy, I'm sure. I would actually like to attempt to have one of the creatures suck ass. Use use their breath or what have you on my hand to see what it does to the worms on the inside of my hand.
Sure, roll a will save.
Anything above 17.
That's 14 plus 8. So
There you go, 22.
22.
You hold out your hand and ask for the puppers to breathe their cold weapon on your hand. And as you hold your hand out and the cold air, feel your muscles in your hand contract and your hand literally closes as they're trying to pull your hand out of the fray. And the blast hits your hand. And your hand is... Are you making a reflex save? Oh, I guess you wouldn't, because if you make a reflex saving throw, you take the blast. You take, like, the shrapnel of said blast. You're just taking it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. You take 13 points of cold damage. Your hand is frozen, and there are... Any worm that was inside your hand is now dead. And with that, the door opens outside. And And the Knight of Alexandria stands there once, hand splayed to his oncoming friends, Eelix and Razzik. Welcome. Welcome. And congratulations. I see you've brought more. More to join the family.
I look at Razzik and I'm like, or I'm looking at Eelix and I'm like, let's kill them all.
I just kind of do the. Yay.
And with that,
I did my part.
I will cast aggressive thundercloud and walk it through this guy.
Alright, give me a quick second. I need to put some stuff up on the side.
Go away, dog. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of be like it. I got you here. Get him.
Alright, let's get some initiative rolling.
I cast it first. That's bullschnocking.
Just for them too, right? Or are we a part of that initiative as well?
Oh yeah, we're all getting rolled in now.
Okay. God damn.
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
you pig.
Alright.
Oh, you.
That's my
That's a
initiative.
dirty.
That is
Oh no.
9.
No, that's 26 for me.
17.
I mean, I guess you don't have to get a good initiative when you bring 5 or so gnolls with you.
Right?
Razzik is 20.
You're practically gonna roll for that.
Karrith, what'd you get?
I got 17.
Awesome. Nyphix?
13.
Excellent. Cool. As I would assume he fucking would. Excellent. Of course. Why not? All right. Cool. So with that, no. All right. So with that, as Cilia comes out to greet you and gets all squared away, Razzik casts aggressive thundercloud and begins moving it with him. And as the thundercloud hits Cilia, he goes, "Oh, oh my! Oh, what electrifying energy!"
That's
You'll see the energy rippling through Cilia's body. And Karrith and Nyphix, after your frozen arm experiment, you hear the doors bursting open, the thunder booming that you can hear up to 500 miles away, and know that the cavalry has raided. With that top of the turn order, I'm gonna move this battle like this so you guys can actually see a bit more. Razzik, go ahead and roll damage for that aggressive.
okay.
Don't die.
Not yet.
I just don't feel very good right now. I'm kind of struggling.
Sorry to hear that.
Is it the worms?
No, I fucking hope not. 16.
I got my scrap paper.
And if dude's wearing metal armor, it would be super easy to hit him. He would have like a disadvantage or something.
Ugh.
depending on what it's doing to the worms.
Yes.
They make him get all tingly in his tingly places.
I don't think aggressive thundercloud does anything more to metal.
Imagine a worm.
No,
tickling
but
a ting-
logically.
Gross.
All right. Reflex saving throw. He's gonna biff it, and he'll take some damage. All right. Top of the turn order, Razzik, you up. Watch as your energies rips through Cilial. He seems impacted but unfucked.
Mm,
And you guys are currently theater of the mind because you're fighting outside.
I look at Eelix and I'm like, bro, this is not going well. That should have barbecued him, and he seems to enjoy that. So like, I don't know where to go from here, and I don't have any. The only other spell I have that I can cast is fire, and something tells me if they like lightning, fire's not going to work very well.
We have 5 gnolls with pointy things. Eat them.
Yeah, go. Kill that guy. Kill them all. Go.
All right, so like I said, you do notice that it did do something. It damaged, but like it wasn't fire, nor was it anything else that like do serious harm to this. Like you didn't do anything extremely good to it, nor did you do anything extremely bad. So you just want to hold the aggressive thundercloud on?
Yeah, I guess. I don't really have shit else, so sure.
All right. With that, you'll notice that some of the creatures are going to begin sounding off and getting into positions. I'm going to mark a couple of these guys as they were with ease, as they are the elites. There's 3 in this chamber here. 1 in this chamber here. There's none in that chamber, and there are 2 in this chamber here. And they all get to move. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 30. Cool. We're back 30. As they begin moving into position. Next up, worms go. Worms 2 are also going to begin maneuvering into position for this oncoming threat. Karrith, your turn.
Alright. I'm about to get real fucking weird in here, Spike. Seeing that breath weapon now, seeing that breath weapon used from those creatures, a part of me wonders, would they be repulsed if I were to drink their blood? Would it cause them to not want to be in my body anymore?
Only really one way how to find out, isn't it?
I know. I'm really thinking about it. I was thinking like it's reanimated, but blood's still in this thing's body. I was just gonna slice its neck
Well, the
and just
undead
practically
the undead ones
the
wouldn't have
undead,
blood.
but the ones in the other room probably would.
The ones in the other room would probably have some blood. It would be really fucking gross.
Oh, absolutely. Nothing's more gross than what I already have inside me. I open the door and I go.
All right, and you will spot plenty of those dead creatures around. You stick your knife into one of the creatures and pull out a congealed gelic mass.
Oh.
This trickling jelly form of blood. And yes, it is a bit cold to the touch.
I think grabbing its hide and lifting it and like as if leaning in to try to like eat sandwich. I'm going to just try to suck a mouthful in and just ingest it.
All right, roll a Constitution saving throw.
Beautiful 3. A beautiful 3. I love seeing that.
So
It's a
Nyphix,
swell idea though. Let me see. Constitution. Where is my Constitution? There it is. So it's just 6.
all right. So, Karrith, you sit there and you're like, this has to work. This must work.
Everything else worked so well up to this point. It has to.
And you pull this gelatinous blob close to your mouth. The scent hits you immediately of almost rotten meat encased in ice, and then you, and as you get it in, you then barf, and some of it comes out your nose, some of it your mouth. You have jelly boogers hanging out, and it did not go down. Your whole mouth tastes like you just chewed mint, and you hear Scab start dying laughing at your predicament.
I'm just gonna slam my fist into the ground and be like, I think I'm onto something. It's the same thing with rabies. It would not allow me to drink water because it knows what it would do. I'm gonna try again if I'm allowed. If my next turn.
I mean, I'll let you do the first one is your bonus and the second one is your main, but you're getting the sense that this time it was just unpalatable.
Okay.
So go ahead, make another.
Oh my
god! And then just imagine just being like, just grab the hide of this thing and just start trying to just suck down whatever I can of it.
Even the old sailor's gulp. And then you can hear it from the other room as he slurps it in and swallows it down. It is the most disgusting thing you've ever had in your life, and you feel a chill start running through your body.
Oh.
And you feel your body temperature start declining. And it's weird in this moment, you finally feel the bastards wriggling. You will lose 1 to your strength, dexterity, and constitution modifiers, but they are not completely gone.
I don't stop.
Roll on me
stop.
next time.
Yep.
It is now Celia's turn. Celia is going to take a look at the gnolls. And as he does, he's going to go, it seems that you are not happy that your friends have gifts. It's okay. You won't have to be left out for long. And he starts boosting in, closing the distance with Razzik. I'm going to make a quick roll on this. I said up roll, not 2. All right.
Oh.
And he will swing out at you, Razzik. And you see this arm elongate, and all arms now detaching themselves, turning this arm into a segmented limb as it comes careening towards you. And as it does, I'm damn sure a 26 will hit you, but one of the gnolls steps in the way and takes the hit for you.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
He takes 21 points of damage.
I think that was enough to put me on my ass fucking for a long while.
And give me a quick second.
No, I've still been alive, but I'd have been wormed. And if I get wormed, I'm gonna kill myself.
And that worked.
I found a way to get it out of you.
And that, unfortunately, will die. after taking that hit.
Poor
With
fellow,
that,
you
who's
were a
done?
hero. A hero to me.
One of the gnolls just died.
Aw.
As he took a hit, he was spliced in half, and you'll watch as his body gets spliced, worms start crawling inside of both parts of his torso, and his torso and his legs, and just start wriggling inside the body. And with that, it is now the gnoll's turn. I'm going to make some attacks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? We're just going to do okay. 4, 8. No, that's incorrect. Yeah, we're good. Cool.
Jesus.
Oh, they are taking some hits out of this. We got 1, 2, 1 nat 20, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 will hit. And then that 20 makes 8. And then they start trying to do as much damage as possible. They are slicing, and you're watching his armor just mending and keeping him intact. As he goes, "Don't worry. Soon. Soon." And one of the worms, one of the gnolls goes, "Go!" Instructing you guys to take it in, to head inside and leave Cilia to them. Nyphix, it is now your turn.
I guess you would probably see Karrith like that, and he's just like, "Ah! Ah!"
Add 1 to the loser talks. What's the weirdest thing you've ever done as a player? Eat jelly
Oh,
blood.
this ain't it. I wish it was, but this ain't it.
Nyphix at this point, having seen that the dogs or creatures at this point, clearly are the key to ridding the affliction. Between her experiment and now Karrith's, which she is currently trying not to barf.
Yeah, I'm sure. What's the color of this, like, congealed blood?
A grayish black.
Lovely.
Black and down my face, like, ah, ah.
Nyphix is just gonna kind of be watching him and go, I may partake in, the raw meat periodically. I'm gonna go take a look at the switch that's back here, Karrith. You have fun.
Yep.
And if I'm gonna go and investigate, figure out if I can't see what the switch in the room is about.
All right. You meander your way over to the switch. Your pup coming with you, and you are now standing at it. It is a simple on-off switch.
No markings, no sense of magic, no nothing.
One side's off, one side's on. Nothing else about it.
Does it say which side's on, which side's off?
The side it's currently on is off, and the side that it can be is on.
I'm gonna continue on through the room, seeing as there's another entrance on the other side.
All right. And as you head over there, you will notice a walled-off pathway that would have connected to the other room. Worms seem to have tried to seal this tunnel up.
I'm gonna holler to Karrith, and just tell him it seems to be a basic on and off switch. It's in and off position. Something tells me it's connected to the room that you're in. I could flip it. She's kind of like hollering it back to him at this point, knowing that there's nobody back that way.
I think in the midst of like still trying to recollect himself, he's like, "Scab, what is she saying?"
So run a risk.
Risk what?
And Scab will then just turn down the hallway and go, risk what?
Do you want me to flip the switch or not? It's in the off position.
So something's flipping someone off.
He stands up at this point and gets right about here, still like profusely burping up this black stuff. Turn one on.
The switch. You don't look okay. Do you want me to flip the switch? It's in the off position.
Well, obviously I'm not in that room. So you
Fuck
can
it.
go ahead.
She's gonna flip it.
And as you flip it on, you will hear the other room do nothing currently. But you'll hear the dull hum of magic, the dull hum of electricity.
Okay, turn that off.
Okay. She kicks it back off.
And the dull hum of electricity ends.
I think they may have used that to kill the dogs when they came into the room. But the last thing we need to do is make their blood a little more less palatable.
Right. Okay. I'd say by the sounds of whatever is going on out there, I think we should maybe make our way back to wherever the entrance is.
I think
Scab begins to wander over
I
and
think that
switch.
he's doing what to the switch?
He's just kind of staring at it. You see him bobbing his head left and right.
So, if we do have the cavalry here, I still think using the essence of these things to be able to get rid of the worms in us is going to be priority one.
Click.
Because I don't know how... Well,
Scab.
what was that?
Click, and Scab flips the switch into the on position, and then he chuckles
And
a
I
bit.
grabbed like the back of his head to pull, like when he went in the direction to turn it on, turn it back on. But we may be able to use this Scab if we lure more of those things in here.
So lure them in here. Got it. So you want me to, so we need to lure. You want to use the trap.
Worst case scenario.
Eelix and Razzik, did you book it past Cilia and start heading on your way down?
Yeah. The Knowles said to do it.
That depends entirely on how, like, can we walk past without provoking?
Yeah, the Knolls are giving you a way through. Duality, I think your mic is away.
I guess if the Knolls are gonna give us a way through, but here's the thing: I don't really have anything that can hurt these guys.
I'm not your dad. You got. You make your own
No, I'm
decisions.
talking to Eelix. Like, it doesn't really
I mean,
seem like
it
anything
looked like
I
you did
have.
damage. It's just, let's keep going. Let's get Nyphix and
Alright,
Karrith.
well,
The Knolls
I
are running
pushed
interference.
push the aggressive thundercloud forward with me. And
I
there's
would
a
actually
guy-
leave the thundercloud on. No, because the Knolls are
Still
all over it. You're gonna get the Knolls with it. You're right. Never mind. Ignore me.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'll have it hit that guy labeled E directly to our north.
All right.
Just smacky.
So with that, the aggressive thundercloud. Zip in
And
and zonk this guy. He gets a reflex saving throw.
I cannot find this map for the dungeon.
yeah, you failed that reflex save. You take 13. 13.
All right. Are you talking about the map that we're playing on?
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Okay. All right. With that, as you guys get down and Rat fires off his, you guys immediately see the enemies to your front and to your left, and a door to your right. In this moment, what do you guys want to do in this pseudo combat?
Well, it looks like there's a shitload of enemies to our left. And there is at least one or two to the north. So perhaps we should take the road less traveled by and go to the right.
See, I have this thing in tabletop role-playing games. Spike, what hand are you? What's your dominant writing hand?
Right.
Let's go to the left.
All right.
It's my vote.
Okay.
I have this theory that I've had for like 30 years playing these games that the dominant hand of the DM plays a role in how they design and place things.
Ah.
You asked the wrong question, by the way. Duality.
What's that?
What's your wife's dominant hand?
Oh. Shit, yeah, you're right. Well, 80% of the population is right-handed.
True.
Unless you're going for
But I
a
was just saying.
stranger, and in which case you could still do that right-handed. You just got to get your hand cold or numb enough. So I prefer just numbing it because the cold. Anyway, good point.
It's like putting an ice pack in your pants. It's cool.
I got a funny story I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm wearing a shirt when I don't have the camera on.
Yeah, you can be shirtless right now.
I unfortunately am stuck wearing pants. Al, you smell like you stepped in something.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, my wife's not also right.
Oh, okay.
Although she has a lot of left-handed tendencies.
What the fuck is a left-handed tendency?
Essentially, like when you're going to grab something, do you typically grab it right-handed?
I grab it with whatever hand is closer.
Most people usually will see an item, and if they're walking straight on to said item, you'll grab it with your dominant hand. Because both of your hands are equal distance away from the object. Your dominant hand naturally goes out to grab it. There's a trait with ambidextrous people where they'll make the hand that isn't their dominant hand activate that ability. Because they're training it.
I can
Oh.
attest to that.
And both me and my wife are ambidextrous to certain degrees.
I'm different than normal people then. Because for me, it depends on which shoulder hurts the most that day.
Oh, that's an outside factor. That doesn't count.
Right.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it.
Pain
Mine's
must
if I'm
always
playing
be
hockey or
considered.
not. Hockey, ambidextrous. Most other things, absolutely not. But I need a flat blade when I'm playing hockey because I switch hands. And
No,
don't
I
know
did
why.
not think it was that type of hockey at first.
Well, that's pool. You might be thinking of
Not-
billiards.
Only if you're wearing pants.
True. Tennis?
All right, so is left the optimum way we're going?
I mean, we don't have. I'm not committing to that. I'm just saying that would be that's kind of like one of my theories on handedness.
Do you guys want to flip a coin for it?
You know what, Razzik, you choose. I drug you along with the Knolls, which was a harebrained scheme.
I can tell you which way Razzik's gonna go. Not towards the worms.
Yeah, true. And we want to go toward the worms. So
The thing is, I don't have anything big enough to hit them all, unless they walk over and get in a nice tight group, and then I could light them on fire. But
hello, bait.
they don't make that so much.
Just
We
go in there,
played-
piss them all off, and I'll put them to sleep.
We played 7 of these sessions so far. Out of 5 of these sessions, Karrith and Nyphix have been at each other's throats and can't agree on a damn thing. And Eelix and Razzik were like the buddiest of chums and pals. These 2 sessions, my God, is that switched?
Well, I'm not friendly with Eelix. In fact, I'm relying on his judgment quite a bit.
It's the idea that you can't agree on something.
All right, you know what? Let's just go left, I think, because fuck me. You know what?
It's gonna be fun to the left. Let's go left.
Let's go right. Let's just go right. You said right initially.
Okay.
If they're both right-handed
Yeah.
and they were trying to hide something, they would put it on the right side of the map. If they're just trying to make things easy for design, it would go on the left side of the map. So therefore,
gonna go
going
that
right
way.
would lead us to the hidden objects.
We're going that way to the right.
Right it is. So as you go right, you find yourselves in a puzzle chamber.
I fucking hate puzzles.
I like it.
There it is.
I like this one.
There it is.
No, I won't.
Yeah, you will, because it's already
There it
solved.
Oh, so then it's not a puzzle room. Woo!
Yeah, it was the puzzle room, but you got to remember, you're not the first guys that get down here.
That's
Yep.
true.
It'd be really weird to re-lock up the puzzle room after you did it, perverts.
Yeah, that'd be weird. Let's go. Keep going. We'll go down.
All right, and as you guys manage to make it in here, clear up a little bit more of the pathway, and then we'll cut over. The worms kind of starting up their blockade and their defenses here. They're going to start maneuvering into positions to make this a bit easier for them. And Karrith and Nyphix, back to you guys.
I think you know what I'm doing.
Eating blood.
Yeah. Is it Nyphix before me or me before Nyphix?
You before Nyphix.
Okay. I do suggest, Nyphix, that we do this. The sooner we get this out of the way, the sooner we'll be away from this potential of whatever these might do to us if the whatever mind comes into play and starts trying to control us.
That's
So you could-
fine and dandy, Karrith, but the only issue is even if we clear ourselves, we have a whole horde of them to get through on the way out.
But we'll also have this inside us.
Giggity.
I'm gonna do what I can to get it rid of me. And
You
then
go
we're good.
ahead and take another bite, and I will head to the hallway to see if I can't see if they are still up ahead.
Okay, Scab, Get away from the lever. I go back out.
Why don't you take him with you?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I don't want the lever. And Scab starts following after you, Karrith.
Yeah. I'm gonna suggest Scab to watch the south door. I don't know if I would have anything on me that I could potentially make vials, like old used up potions, and see if I could make vials for Nyphix. That maybe I could potentially just change flavor of later. Maybe Eelix would know something, or Razzik.
Well, as you're thinking of Eelix and Razzik, you'll hear footsteps coming down the hallway, and immediately, kind of pooching yourself up behind the dogs, you'll see Razzik and Eelix run down the hallway, kind of exiting hallway path. They're directly near north. And Razzik and Eelix, you see a room full of dead dogs to your right.
Woohoo! Dead
I want you
dogs!
to understand the fucking image I just realized that you guys are walking into. A room filled with dead dogs and Karrith just down with blood as if he just ate these things. So it's just like, oh, you guys finally came down.
Yeah.
I hope there's good news.
Well, we
Yeah.
got you back up.
We got the door open, and we got a bunch of gnolls eating the guy that brought you guys in. Like, we need to leave. Like, right meow.
Okay,
Meow.
cool. These runes, they're electrifying. They're
Okay.
controlled by a lever in the other room. If we need to get rid of all these scum, this would be the room to do it.
Okay.
So what you're saying is...
Also-
Okay, go on.
These creatures' blood, they reverse what the worms are doing.
Can I make
They don't
some...
like it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nate.
Nope, they don't like it. Is all I said.
Can I make some sort of knowledge check to determine where the origin of these dogs?
Knowledge planes, if you got it.
I have all knowledges.
You'll get advantage because you've dealt with their cousins before.
Okay. Oh, there we go. That's a 24.
These are a type of shadow dog that specifically breathes cold. Just like the shadow dogs you had prior that breathed fire.
Okay.
Piecing it together with your arcane knowledge, it kind of makes you question why the warehouse had fire-breathing dogs in it when fire makes the worms grow faster.
Yeah. That is weird. At this juncture, I don't have any information that's going to help.
And Eelix, are you doing your typical wandering thing?
A little bit, but they said that this stuff gets rid of the worms. I wanted to say, get some of that. We need to bring it with us to give to the gnolls.
Yeah.
They're gonna want that
I
at
agree.
the gnoll camp.
Do you have empty vials on you or anything? Any
I
flesh that you could may take?
don't know. Do I? I don't know
Not
what
for-
I've picked up along the way that I could put this stuff in.
You picked up a tankard.
There we go. Yes,
flagon.
tankard. Flagon.
There we go.
has a flagon.
I think while they're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and roll another Constitution.
All
Get
right.
back to it again. 19.
You begin consuming more of the blood. And as you're consuming it, the worms are wriggling slower, but you feel that they're not dying. This is suppressing it. It's not fixing it. It's not cold enough.
It's not cold enough. Okay.
Also, Razzik, if you want to give me a knowledge arcane on runes, you can as well.
Yeah, I'll
And
do that.
as per your typical wandering nature, there are 2 rooms over here. The room that I just unfogged seems to be an armory.
24.
All right, I'll grab that in just a second.
Yep.
And the room to the north has a broken summoning sigil in it. A summoning sigil that you are grossly familiar with from the warehouse. Amongst the stuff in the armory, you find a couple of canisters and a few wands. Some canisters and some bolts. I don't know if you heard me, Eelix.
Oh, I thought that was Razzik. So some canisters
did.
and some bolts. So I'm going to take the canisters because we're going to put that stuff in the canisters. And bolts, we're talking like crossbow bolts, right?
Yep.
Or is there a
These bolts
crossbow?
have a there is no crossbow here, but sorry. Hold on. There are 2 crossbows here, and the bolts have cold energy coming off of them.
I'm going to take those.
Also, as you pick up the canisters, there's probably about, I'd say 20, 30 canisters. The minute you pick, there's something sloshing inside of them. They're metal canisters, and they feel almost like the hilt of a sword, or the handle of a sword.
I'm going to open one up and take a look.
You crack it open, and you see a bubbling liquid inside of it that seems to be clear and translucent.
Pour a little bit on the ground.
As you go to pour it on the ground, not a drop hits the ground. Instead, it solidifies into a liquid blade.
And they're cold.
And they're cold.
Perfect. I'm throwing as many as I can in my bag. And I'm going to whip one out for myself. Keep one in my other hand because I'm going to throw that over to Karrith when I get to him.
All right.
Also, same. I'm gonna put one in my hands.
So
Lay down of it.
I will update it in general chat real quick. 20 liquid blade canisters, 2 crossbows. They are heavy variety. I'll just add a tag on there. And you find 60 cold bolts.
Cold bolts or kobolds?
Frost bolts.
Okay. I was going to say, 60 kobolds would be pretty cool if I could stick them on things.
I mean, that just seems like more things that are going to try and kill you in a second.
Oh,
all right,
take one of them crossbows.
And Razzik, as you're sitting there investigating the runes, these aren't electricity runes. They're ice runes.
Oh, that's sweet. I'm trying to look at Eelix. I'm like, Eelix, after some investigation, these runes are not electricity, they're ice. This is a cold rune.
That's a good thing, right?
I look over at Nyphix. I thought we heard electricity.
seems to hurt them, but it doesn't kill them.
It's at that moment where you and Nyphix realize electricity runs the generator. It requires a trigger. In order for it to blast, something needs to walk in the room. Otherwise, it won't go off. It'll just hum with the natural electricity being on.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Razzik. These runes, do they have a radius or just where they're at on the tiles?
Do I know?
Yeah, the whole room.
The whole room will go cold.
Then this is our only way to face these things. If we're gonna have to make our last stand, would make it here.
I'm gonna take this time
The
to
switch
toss
is in
him a
this
cold
room.
sword.
Yeah, I knock an arrow to the crossbow and get it loaded up and ready to shoot.
Scab fires his crossbow into a dead body. Pulls it out.
Yeah, you got
Good one, Scab.
you got bolts here.
He doesn't get any bolts.
Huh?
Yeah, no bolts.
Bolts! Crossbow?
Yeah.
Help to help.
You know what, Scab? Maybe switch the crossbow out for a sword. Maybe you'll be better with a sword.
What? But guns will surpass.
Well, maybe you'd be better off with a sword.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you
that's
say
fine.
you threw me a cold sword?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so just to give you guys the description of the liquid blades, when you use them, you open them up and tilt them downwards. It makes a blade form. These ones are specifically alchemically designed to use cold magic. They are not good forever. They do break. They have a time limit on them of 10 minutes. So after you've opened up the blade, you have 10 minutes in which to use it before the liquid turns back into liquid, splashes on the floor, and becomes inert.
Okay, we got a few of them.
Yeah.
It acts as a short sword, except it deals cold damage instead of in tune with its slashing as well. So 2d6, 1d6 being slashing, 1d6 being the cold.
I'm gonna look back at Karrith and Razzik and Eelix and just kind of go, I have an idea,
Hit me.
but it's a little risky.
Okay.
Riskier than going into a knoll camp and convincing them to come in and fight a bunch of worm things.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing it. What's up? What do you got?
Well, the switch is in the other room with the already animated pups. I could move ahead.
And Scab starts running into the other room.
Lovely. I could move ahead and compel hostility on the entire room and bring them in. You would just have to close the door and press the button.
I mean, it is a plan. Better than anything I got.
It's the best plan we have so far, because trying to hack our way out of this isn't going to be isn't the most viable solution.
Definitely not likely.
Decidedly not.
Because there's a good, there's quite a few ahead. We passed a lot down here.
I
And if
counted 15.
And if we're gonna get rid of all of them, I mean, in
Are
worst
you well
case
enough
scenario,
after that damage to your arm?
worst case scenario, I can cast Endure Elements on myself. It'll protect me from the room.
Okay.
Also, are you gonna give Scab a liquid blade?
Yeah.
It doesn't do any more damage, right? It just does cold damage.
It's just
It
1d6 cold damage.
All right.
It is. These are modified, so they deal 1d6 slashing, 1d6.
So a d6
Say that
slashing
last part of one more time.
and a d6
1d6
cold.
Yes.
Okay.
Plus whatever like your strength modifier is, because they're short swords.
Do we give the thing that constantly stabs everything he's not supposed to one of these?
I say we hold on to these, and he can hold on to the bolts.
I'm keeping some of the bolts. I'll give him some.
And keep some of the bolts.
All right. So we'll give
we
him
doing
some
this?
bolts, but not a sword.
I'm going with you, Nyphix. Not gonna let you go in alone.
It's more of a run in, run out. I need you at the door to close the door.
Okay.
Okay, so from what I'm understanding, Nyphix and Karrith are going to be trying to pull people, while Scab plays with switches. And what are Razzik doing?
Getting ready to shut the doors on them once they're in. Get in position for that.
Because once something walks into this room, the switch is flipped. That's game over. For whoever came in the cold department. It's just more of a matter of like the. Okay, so let me explain the room proper. These guys here, this door up, this up here is just a hall. This is just a hall here. There are no doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
These are the only two doors right here.
Yep.
Right.
There is a third door over here. If you were so keen to hit it with a pickaxe or something, Minecraft right through it. So
The
I'm not
plan
sure
is
if
to lure them into the room.
Uh-huh.
Karrith is going to be waiting in the hallway where the door is. The one that can close. And then he is going to get Scab to flip the switch.
Got it. So the
Yeah.
plan is that I'm guessing Razzik is staying as far away from worms as possible.
Damn right.
You know, Death is, again, this is the first time I've ever seen where combat's on the table and you're like, fuck you, fuck that, and fuck this.
I'll tell you a real life fact. I don't like bugs of any variety, including spiders.
Let this be known as the day that Death turned down a fight.
Right.
And what's Eelix up to?
I mean, I'm going to try and help these guys out with their plan
Okay.
with the room.
All right.
It's luring or whatever, you know.
Yeah. I think because I had kind of a turn there, I'll just make sure to try to take pieces of these creatures. Just like Eelix was saying, we would need that for the gnolls to help them figure out whatever cure they were trying to figure out.
All right. So the goal is Eelix and Nyphix are going to run pull. Razzik and Karrith are going to control doors, fuck up everything that comes in this room. Let's see how well we do.
All right.
I'm going to, before we start running, cast Endure Elements on myself.
All right. And what are you enduring for? Are you embracing cold? Okay. All right. So with that, let's get this plan in motion.
Okie
We'll kick it
dokie.
around. We'll kick it around to the top of the turn order, and Karrith, you said you were bypassing your turn, so Nyphix, you are up.
Then Nyphix is going to advance down the hallway, and as she comes into view with the first set of wormy worm dudes, keeping her distance, I'm going to compel hostility on the room.
All right. As you cast Compel Hostility on the room, you get the sense that it... Huh. Let's actually put that up to a roll. You get the sense that they view you as an ally, but a confused one. Somebody who needs to learn. Actually, so while we're sitting here at a good impasse, do you guys want to hold this death battle off until the next Tuesday? Or you guys want to play through it tonight?
I'm good either way.
Because I know it's getting kind of late, so I don't know what everybody's trying to do.
I honestly don't mind if we stop here.
Also, it looks
I
like
think
Duality
us setting up a
Complete.
plan.
No,
Yeah.
I'm good. I defer to the group.
I was gonna say I'm good either way.
Okay. It sounds like they're good to keep going. What about you, Spike?
Oh, I'm good. I had to take my next dewormer at 2 o'clock, so you know, I'm going to be up one way or the other.
Okay. Then we're good with going.
All right. As you proceed to cast this out and compel hostility, they are not hostile to you, but will try to convince you otherwise. You'll see one of them go,
There are people. They're trying to get in. They wish to stop our peaceful ways. Are you siding with them? Do you wish to harm our peace?
See that the compel hostility doesn't take. I switch my tactics and decide to I can do this one of two ways. I decide to aggravate them, egg them on as being trash. And basically look at them and go, peace? You call this peace? This isn't a gift. It's a sickness. It needs to be cured, taken out, removed.
and with that, you will notice their feathers are indeed ruffled. And they will begin making their way at you. Eelix, on the other side, what would you like to do?
Well, they're starting to shamble this way. I want to make sure they do indeed keep coming. I want to plug at one with a cold bolt from the crossbow.
Okay, so you're down with Nyphix?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead and make a range attack throw. Or a range attack roll.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yep, and I am proficient with crossbows. What's the damage on that sucker?
Heavy crossbows, 1d10.
Well, hopefully that pisses somebody off. 7?
All right. 7 it is. You flick an arrow into the nearest one, and at this point, they realize you are working with them. With both your moves spent. What?
Hmm.
It is now Razzik's turn. You said that you're hanging out by the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna move up and out of the area so that if they begin to like come into the thing, I'm not in the way. Then they'll see me, stop to bother with me.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get out the road so they have a clear path.
Two elites are going to dash up. One is going to try his best to take on Nyphix. 10, 15, 20, 30. A couple other elites are going to be swarming from this direction here. This guy has since moved off of the aggressive thundercloud. Not wanting to take more damage from it.
I'm still too far away to. I'll just keep the thundercloud right where it's at, I guess, since I can't see it.
Nyphix 22 should hit you.
That's an understatement.
You take 10 points of damage.
Ow.
And I need a Constitution saving throw.
+5. So that's 23.
You feel a smile start curling on your lips, but you fight it back. You know that you're only one away. The next blow comes. And that's an 11, so I believe that misses.
Yes.
All right. It's now the Wormy Boy's turn. Far off Wormy Boy is going to wait on his turn. This guy is going to move in, and they're going to start dogpiling the door. And you'll see that the one muscly guy is just sitting there watching this happen and is waiting as his allies are piling into the hole. A couple more are going to come over here, and they're now watching some stuff. And it will pass over to Karrith's turn, who is guarding door and soaking up jelly. Anything else you want to do?
Is there a way? It probably won't even work that way. I'm like double checking. I was just wondering if there was a way for me to like give them kind of like my move because I'm waiting for them. Like, is there a way I could hurry them? But probably not. Let me see here. No. Okay. Because Razzik, you said you were going to close the door?
Yeah, I'm over by the one door here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so once they go through, I'm just gonna tuck back up into that corner and hide as best I can, and once they come through, I will shut the door.
Okay. I'm gonna get then towards more the hallway and try to yell down to them to like say like come on, hurry. Just try to get them moving. And then I'm gonna get to the side just in case like any of them move up on anybody, Eelix or Nyphix. I'll try to strike before they can.
Sorry, buddy. I'm trying to hurry as best I can.
With that, it is now Nyphix's turn.
Whose turn?
Nyphix.
Okay.
Well, at this point now, the plan is to just turn and run. So
All
I
right.
would assume that both Eelix and I would do that at this point.
Agreed.
The attack of opportunity, unfortunately, hit unless you want to disengage. But disengaging will make you slower.
Yeah, it'll just be like normal movement, but you won't get hit.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to get hit.
Yeah, probably.
All right. So disengage, move your 30 feet.
That brings us back to the corner here.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
Cure light wounds on myself.
All right.
It's too dark in my freaking room. I can't see where the D8 is. Fuck it.
That's a good point. Sorry, let's step on you.
I don't even know if that's what this one is.
There we go.
That is not a D8. I'm blind
Yeah,
as
that
hell.
was 10.
That is a 10. I mean this one. Hold up. There we go. There you go. Hey, look, an 8 plus 4,
Yeah,
so
there.
12.
All right. Eelix, you're up.
I am going to retreat back into the room. What's my movement from here? How far can I go? Where's that measury thingy?
30 feet on disengage. All squares are correct.
Do I need to disengage?
I'm going to say no, just because I made the attack of opportunity roll.
Also looks like I have a space between me and them. 5,
Yep.
10, 20, 25, 30. There we go. I'll stay nearby, that way I can plug with a crossbow bolt if I need. So yeah, nothing else.
All right. That brings the turn to Razzik once more. If you want to do anything, I don't want to skip you. I don't know if you want to prep spells or prep anything, prep a trap.
I mean, I don't really feel like I have any spells that would be really good, so I'm gonna just make sure my crossbow's ready to fire and have a sword, like one of them cold swords, ready to be used. And just prepare. I will. Oh, you know what? I'll cast Mage Armor on myself.
There you go.
All right.
Might as well
And-
protect yourself.
And Karrith, you're up.
I don't know what I can do other than wait for them to push up.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll hold an action just in case their movement of getting past and then something coming up tries to get to them. I'm just going to try to follow up behind them, but make sure to impede that process of the other.
All right. And the elites are up. They're going to dash. Got plenty chasing after Nyphix.
Make sure to disengage.
And attack roll on Nyphix. As soon as my proper die loads up. No, not two of them. There's one miss, and for the second, that is a 13. Does that hit you?
Yes.
All right, that is 8 points of damage and a Constitution saving throw.
Come on.
I don't even know what the fuck that is.
It's a 9.
9 plus 5. 14.
All right. With that, you feel the corners of your mouth begin pulling up on their own. And you feel it taking hold of you.
Shit.
Karrith, you turn the corner to see Eelix beating feet to get here. And behind him, you see Nyphix begin to smile and chuckle to herself as she is still trying to follow behind him. With that, Nyphix will saving throw.
+17 +8.
You are still barely holding it together. You feel an impulse to grab Eelix and throw him back towards everybody else. But you don't. What do you do?
Say that one more time, sorry.
You feel an impulse to grab Eelix and throw him back towards the creatures. But you don't. It's slowly taking control of you. You will not be Nyphix much longer. What do you do?
I am... Shit. Nyphix at this point is going to throw herself towards the wall and holler at Eelix. And it's going to be kind of like a painful cry. And she's just going to tell him to run. And Eelix at this point, he's gonna be able to hear her voice and the tone of her voice, and be able to tell that it's not right.
And
that she's fighting.
That not right is almost immediately noticeable by the cacophony of things screaming "run" at you. It's Nyphix's voice joined by a chorus. You hear the worms in her body taking over.
Yeah, you don't got to tell me twice.
And Nyphix, any other things you'd like to do?
She's just gonna holler to the party to stick with the plan. As she's just gonna try and hold herself back as she struggles with it.
Staying behind to let Eelix go?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Brave soul. Eelix, you're up.
Well, I'm not grabbing her just because me no want worms. And it was called out. Follow the plan. Sorry, I didn't mean to grab you. Want to do this. So
get out of the way.
And as he grabs Karrith, worms.
Right.
Son of a bitch.
I'm gonna come up into the room. Where should I be standing? Like over...
I'm gonna point to this area because that's the door open with where Razzik's at.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. All right.
All right.
We're gonna do the plan. Maybe we can use some of this healing goo after the plan has come to fruition. That's kind of my hope.
Razzik, Eelix is starting to book it towards you solo. Anything you'd like to do on your turn?
As soon as he crosses, I'm like, what's going on? As soon as he comes and I can see him, I'm like, what's happening?
She might be one with the worms, but she's holding the line. Keep the plan going, they said. So that's what we're gonna do. We might be able to help them out after we get everything handled, but we can't. Nothing's gonna work until we got this area clear.
I agree. Brave of her. Sacrifice yourself like that.
Karrith, watching down the hallway, you watch a cacophony of wormy bodies. Worms literally exploding out of mouths and noses and fingers as this wall of worm hits Nyphix, and she goes splayed against the wall and just looks at you, forcefully smiling. Nyphix, in your last vestige of who you are, what do you do?
Is it okay if I ask a question?
Sure.
Because I withheld actions in case a moment like this happened.
I'm aware. We're getting there. I got you, buddy.
The only thing that's gonna come out of Nyphix's mouth before it fully takes hold, as she sees Karrith, is just gonna be a stick to the plan.
I know very well what the plan was.
And as you see Nyphix trying to be strong against all-consuming odds, before we get to your turn, your held action procs. What would you like to do, Karrith?
Because I now have that cold sword. I want to try to strike now to just get her enough room to break through so that she can get through, because there is no point in her dying in a corner for us to wait for them to come up to this room. She either dies in the room with us, but not in that corner. That's not the plan.
Make your attack
So
roll.
I'm gonna... Well, once it lets me. There we go. And that was a short sword, so +7, so 25 to try to strike the one I guess closest to me here.
All right. And go ahead and roll that damage separately for slashing and ice.
Okay. So slashing is just the D6.
They're both D6s. I just need them to,
Yep.
part the red Ds.
Versus slashing.
All right.
Then the next is cold.
No.
As you slice into the creature, you'll see the wound that you've carved. Many dead worms, unable to regenerate, are howling inside that body. And even the person lurches up as his mouth explodes with worms. And Nyphix is given one brief moment of reprieve, but it's not going to be enough. It's just too much. Karrith, it is now your turn. What do you do?
I'm gonna just do one more attack. Well, I actually think I have something else at my repertoire here as well. Just trying to find it. Thought I had action surge.
Action Surge isn't in Pathfinder.
I see. Combat reflexes. You may take a number of additional attacks of opportunity per round equal to your dexterity. Okay. Combat expertise. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'm mostly just going to attack again to give her a wider berth.
All right. Make another attack roll.
That's 22.
That hits.
First will be slashing. Second will be cold.
And with that, one of the creatures begins to fall in battle, the ice now corroding him like an acid. And Nyphix is free to run once more, if she can. If the worms will let her. What do you do?
I mean, I will.
I mean, it's still Karrith's turn at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, if I have any move left, that would be my reach out to pull her.
Make a CMB check versus her day.
Fuck me.
I don't think her CMD is that high, so you're okay.
Okay.
My what?
CMD.
It's 14.
Yeah, +7, so 14 exactly.
You grab a hold of Nyphix and yank her towards you and into the room.
All right, and then I bolt to that room.
Nyphix,
That will just be like the move for the next.
as you and Karrith are holding hands running to that room, make a will save.
+8, 21.
All right. You are cleared to continue running as well. What do you want to do?
Stick to the plan.
Stick to the plan.
All right.
Keep running.
The two of you get into the room with Eelix right there. Eelix, it is your turn. You can continue to piss things off if you'd like.
Yeah, I'll take another pot shot and then move further into the room. That's like one last plank.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead and roll to attack.
Nice.
Yeah, I think that's going to hit something. Where's my bonus to hit for ranged? What is that on here? Ranged. +6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that hits.
Awesome. That's a D10 for damage.
Are these
Fiver.
the cold bolts as well?
Yeah, if you're using cold bolts, you get +6 added on.
So 11.
Well, sorry, you roll 2d6s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they're cold bolts. Because I don't think you rolled it last time.
I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing.
Which 11?
There we go.
Bloop. Another one's gone.
And I'm going to retreat further back into the room.
And as you do, they burst into the room and attempt to overtake you, and Razzik gets a chance to shut the... As he slams on the button.
Smash! Shut the door. Hit the button!
Scab! Scab!
And he pulls the handle, and your room burst as if a grenade went off in it. And then
Should have waited.
silence. What would you guys like to do at that point? Only
I
one.
think- Yeah. I think if they're going to be continuing up, is that still active then?
It'll be active, but you know they just witnessed it.
All right. Because they have to know about this room, right? Or are they just going to continue on their way?
We're assuming they're smart.
Right.
I mean, we could goad them into the room. They're not just going to stand there and let us plink them with arrows and spells.
Right.
Nyphix at this point, she's gonna call the 2 hounds that she resurrected. And she's gonna hit
Okay.
the button at the top of the door.
All right.
And I'm gonna step out into the room, hoping that them seeing me with the 2 hounds is enough to bring them back into the room.
As you step in with the 2 hounds, roll a will save.
Fine. 12 plus 8, 20.
You say 12. I'm watching that 2 flash. I'm waiting on it. You stand, a smile beaming on your face with your 2 dogs, and you see Muscle, who has form-fit himself into the hallway and is just waiting there, arms crossed, not moving, with a smile on his face. Looking at the other side, you see one of the elites also waiting. They're not coming in here. Is it because this is the trash room and you lured a few? What's the issue? And then, Eelix, you'll hear Scab go, "Ah, there's something in the other room. A little."
And make sure to check on him.
You'll see Scab has wandered over and is now listening down the hall.
Would have Nyphix told me about the fact that that was a closed-off wall where the worm people were making that?
I think she did?
I feel like she did, but I just didn't want to metagame.
I didn't say there was anything over there, so I would assume that it was just
Okay.
left as open air.
All right.
Okay.
But as Scab heads over to the side of the wall, look back and goes, "Sounds like Doodle."
They have to be trying to break through. We're running on limited time, Eelix.
Yeah.
Do you have anything that could push them into that room a little further and then we just take care of the big one?
No.
And then make a run for it for the next?
No. Nothing like that. Razzik might be able to do it with that thundercloud if he can move it around and push it behind them and use it to push them into the room. I can put him to sleep. I can hit him with magic missile. But yeah, I don't have what you're looking for.
I can move that thundercloud to like here and try to like push them into the room. And then after this round of attacks, it goes away. Though it's only lasts for 4 rounds.
4 rounds is a long time, though.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's already been up for like at least 3, so it's only gonna last for 1 more round. I can cast it again, but I'll be out of 2nd level spells for the day if I do.
Oh.
I honestly don't see much of a choice, Razzik.
Alright, well, when it falls, I'll smack it again.
You'll feel the effect of the spell end, and you are free to summon it back as you'd like. But if I'm not mistaken, you have to summon it to a point where you see.
Yeah, so I guess I'll walk to like the opening of the door and cast it, well, maybe like 5 foot in and cast it like, you know what, let's put it on the big guy. Yes, just stand there with your arm crossed, fool, and then I go back.
And as you start zapping, he'll back up and out of the room.
Well, that didn't go the way we thought it was going to go.
I thought you were putting it behind them.
I can't see behind them to put it there. I haven't been down there, so I don't know what's there. I have no
I
way
thought
of.
you came through the north, didn't you?
Yeah, but I attacked the big guy at the south.
Okay, like he couldn't have done that based off memory. Okay.
Yeah, no, you have to have a point where you can see. It's like magic missile; you can only hit it if you can see it.
Okay.
So that said, it's not really performing the way that you wanted it. Do you want to take the move back, do something else?
I don't really have anything else. Like, I'm not equipped for cold damage. I didn't know that was what was going to work. I was under the impression this whole time that lightning was going to work. It doesn't.
Right.
So I got fucking nothing.
No, I think you got a lot.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't. I have fire and lightning spells. That's all.
I mean, lightning was doing damage.
Mm-hmm.
It does damage, which is why they pulled back.
Right, but like all I can do is move that spell around now. I don't have any other like options for like power. I have nothing. Stop looking at me for answers. I don't have any answers. Razzik is extraordinarily frustrated right now.
A lot of people, when they get frustrated, build things.
What the fuck can I build? Like, honestly, what can I build?
Well, if I was that frustrated, I would want to build some shit ton of damage.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
Yeah, we do. We got a bunch of these ice blades.
Yeah.
Well, what can I don't even know what these fucking things are. How do you expect me to use them in spell work? I don't know what they are. Never seen anything like them before.
Maybe we could, like, use them up like a grenade, put a bunch of them together, and set a spell off to make it go kaboom.
I got no more. Well, no, I have. If I don't do the lightning spell, you could throw them somewhere, and I could hit them with a scorching ray and try to make them explode. Then I'm out of fucking spells, and I got one burning hands, which ain't gonna do shit. So, yeah.
Your knowledge of fucking around with alchemy stuff, you know that can disrupt things. So theoretically, good work.
I got one thing I can try. I don't know what it does. That spellbook I got says on the cover, "Let the sun light the way" in Elven. I can make a linguistics check to be able to read that book and see what it does. That's it. That's all I got. So,
Go ahead. You can make your roll if you'd like.
yeah, well, what's the difference? I don't have anything else, so let's give it a shot. Here we go. 22.
22.
Yeah.
You read out your spells in Elven, and as you do, your book explodes in front of you, and you are covered in glitter. Your book is now unusable for the next 24 hours, so when you hit your long rest, you'll be able to get your book back, no problem. However, you gain the feat Elemental Adept. You can now change the element of your spells at
Okay. You said they're
And-
digging at the one wall over to the left, right?
And mind you,
Mhm.
while you're in this form, you glow like the sun.
Cool.
So I'm like trying to not looking at him. I'm like, I'm gonna go back and see how Nyphix is doing. She's out there.
I'm gonna wait for them to open this area of dirt, and I'm gonna blast it with, instead of burning hands, like a cone of cold.
All right, so you'll be changing the element of cold. Excellent. And holding your turn for when they break through.
Yeah. Second the thing opens, I'm just gonna put my hands right in that hole and blast them.
All right. So with that, anything anybody else wants to try to do in the
I need to pay attention to Nyphix right now because I don't want her falling out there. I know she's trying to get those dogs to do something, but she needs back in this room when we're ready to engage the thing again.
Yeah.
All right. Nyphix, any idea how to bring them closer? And thinking.
Can I look at the group behind me and just kind of be a long shot, sort of? Can I cast Murderous Command, not particularly on one person, but on the worms themselves inside them, considering them to be one entity?
So treating it like a swarm.
Right.
All right, now we're clicking. With that, Eelix,
Mm-hmm.
anything you want to do?
I am hanging back on this one. I'm gonna hold my turn in reserve.
Okay.
All right. So Eelix will be waiting. Karrith is watching Nyphix. Nyphix. That. Okay, I rolled 10 plus their 6, so 16. Does that save?
15.
All right. However, I am going to give it a disadvantage just because was the roll one way or the other. All right. And Razzik,
I was hoping that Murderous Command could be them to, come and ice my ass rather than each other.
you can always have Scab flip the switch if you're really feeling that particular.
Right?
All right. So with that, Razzik, the door will start breaking open to you. Top of the turn order.
As soon as like a hole forms, I just put my hand right into the hole and blast them.
Roll damage because you're going to get a surprise on them.
Okay. Sec, I'm looking for the damage. It's 3d6. 3d. Oh, fuck me. Hold on, I don't have it written down like a dickhead. Evocation. It's 4d4. Plus 2. So 13 points of cold. Blast them.
Nice.
All right. So that is enough to defeat all of the smoke. Not enough to defeat the elite. As he takes a hit from the blast, and he will begin backing up to reevaluate what he's planning on doing here. He'll start summoning more creatures down to him and his aid as part of his turn.
Well, luckily I have one more cast of that, so.
These guys are going to continue waiting for the aggressive thundercloud to end.
Oh, I thought I wasn't doing that.
In which case, they will stand there menacingly.
Yeah.
They're just standing there, menacingly.
Dude,
And I'm going to roll a morale check here because. All right.
Another 44.
The worms take note and they begin formulating an idea. With that, more are going to breach the line and attempt to attack Nyphix. Nyphix, I'm going to assume your dogs had a held action.
They've been held this entire time.
Go ahead. What do you want to do with them?
Does those runes only go off periodically?
The switch is currently off, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
Otherwise, she would be activating it being in there.
okay. Because, man, they're swarming quick.
It doesn't help that the elites and the worms are. Nyphix,
Yeah.
where you want to do your held dog action?
I'm gonna look at them and with a smirk, I'm gonna tell them to fetch. And kind of give them free action to clean up what they see fit.
All right. Well, they'll clean up in the best way that they know how.
Roll what?
Sorry. Roll me 2d8s.
Five and a 6.
All right. And because these guys know what they're coming into, they will only take half damage. Half of the 18 is 9. That keeps them all alive, unfortunately, by 2 points of health. And with that, Karrith, it is your turn as these worms are blitzkrieging Nyphix.
Yeah.
I will alert you, I only said they ran in. I did not say they attacked.
Yeah. I just want to make it. I think because he's seeing Nyphix nod in approval, he's gonna say, hit the switch.
Scabble, move to the switch. Anything else you want to add to your turn before the switch flips?
I don't know what I can do other than swipe and hit these things. But that's about it. Maybe I can break a direction for her to make through. If I like hit that one.
It's up to you. You can make the dash out there and take. See what you can do. But keep in mind, like I said, they didn't swing.
Yeah. They didn't swing. So they're holding a reaction is what you're practically entailing at this point.
Yep, this seems like a ploy.
Then yeah, I hold back. But I I wait to try to do something.
All right. You'll shut the door just in time to hear the of the room getting exploded in ice. 37 points of damage all around. No saves. Nyphix, however, you had elemental resistance 10. Elemental gives you 10 elemental resistance from this. So you will take 27 points of damage. Are you still standing?
I should technically suffer no harm.
From elemental resistance?
It's endure elements.
Oh, endure elements. Hopeless. That's a different spell.
It is. It's no harm.
From being in a hot or cold environment, not necessarily damage from source. Do you want to switch it to what we call energy resistance instead?
Can.
I was gonna say negative 50 means dick diddly to ice trap. So 27 points of damage. Are you still up?
No. That
Are you
brings me
dead?
down to negative 20.
And what is your maximum health total?
26.
All right.
Jesus.
So with that, these creatures will go back to being felled. They are no longer active. Nyphix is unfortunately down. And as the switches reflipped off, you open the door, Karrith, to see her lying there.
I was trusting you on that, sweet mama.
Mm-hmm. I was trusting that spell too.
Yeah.
Well, good news for you. It is now your turn. And as you sit there, the pain racking your body. That 78 I just balled because of the worms inside of you, stage 3 infection. You are at 1 hit point and no infection.
Canal.
Does that mean I can get you back in here and out of there?
It is Nyphix's turn. What do you want to do? You lose concentration on all spells that you had because you did get for the worm side.
I'll say, I mean, the dogs are dead. I know that. That was
Mhm.
an unfortunate sacrifice.
Technically,
They were already dead.
Yeah. Nyphix is just she's gonna stand up.
that trick only works once, by the way. Don't get hit again.
Yeah. Looking like a fucking racked mess, and she's gonna look at Karrith and go, I don't recommend that. And
You're
start
taking enough
walking-
hits, Raven.
And start walking towards the door.
Yeah. I would like trade places, just immediately like grabbing her arm, trying to get her in and closing
You
it.
did not.
What?
You grabbing her arm there, son?
You know.
I realize what you're saying.
You sure about that?
Okay, so a part of me feels like I probably still would, but now, like, I understand we're already in the heat of everything that's going on. You surviving that.
Here's my
Yeah,
problem.
just getting you and exchanging spots is
I guess
like.
here's the other issue. Karrith can't detect magic, so he doesn't know that the worms are out of your body.
I know.
And technically, you don't have detect magic on, so you're out of your body.
True.
As far as you both know, you're still infected.
I mean, my worms are slow, so they might have a harder time.
Like, I hate to be that guy here, but
Well, listen, dude. Listen, dude. I've been eating dogs all night. Okay?
you have.
If anything, it would be a slower chance to connect to her if I do grab her arm. But if you want me to just redact saying, like, oh, I just move, because I did say just exchange places like grabbing her arm and getting her through. But, I mean, there is the other door if she doesn't trust going through the door I'm standing at.
I feel like the exchanging of places will be fine. Just to touch it. Touching them.
Yeah, I was just meaning, like, to get her exchanged so no more attacks on her. But if we want to say touch, okay.
Alright, so Eelix, you are up. I will say your detect magic, you told me that running. Yeah. And you will notice that Nyphix is currently worm free. Well, I mean, they're floating in there, but you know, dead for the most part.
I'm gonna call that out. Like, hey, your worms are dead. You no longer have worms, Nyphix. Whatever we did out that cold stuff, that did it.
Thank the gods. Now you'll be able to treat her like a person.
Nobody wants worms.
Facts.
I assume I can hear this.
I mean, it is an echo.
Yeah.
If I can hear this,
It's a small room.
I will say, I feel like we've been pretty open and honest about how we feel about this situation and gone out of our way to consider your feelings while also being completely skeeved out by the fact that you're full of fucking worms. Give us a fucking break!
Nyphix at this point.
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn, Eelix?
She's just stumbling.
No, I'm
through,
gonna-
looking at everybody like,
Yeah.
fuck this shit.
I'm gonna hold. Yeah. I'm gonna actually move closer over this way and get ready for this, because I heard the kaboom the last time, so I'm gonna get ready to help out over here. Split the party up just a little bit in the room. 2 on one side, 2 on the other.
Alright, Razzik, it is your turn. You don't see anything obstructing that tiny hole you just blasted burning hands through.
You mean freezing hands? And I'm gonna just take a peek out there. I'm not putting my eye up to it, just near it, in case there's any lingering worm dirt.
They seem to be deciding on a new method.
I just move my eye a little bit away from the hole and move my mouth a little closer to the hole, and then I say, "Worms are trash! Come get some, you fucking pussies!"
Alright. At that, you'll watch as the worms start to leave the room on this side. And since nobody's monitoring this side either, watch those worms leave as well. And another one goes. All right. It is now Karrith's turn.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to move that. My bad. I just meant to move the whole map. There we go.
And it's remarkably quiet out there.
Yeah. Do you have anything to heal yourself with, Nyphix?
No.
That I
Oh,
would
my-
insist that you stick close, and we try to protect you as we try to get out of here. That relic you eyed, is it important?
It looked like the one that held the gem from when Captain Vickers lost his life. The one that started all this.
I press the button on the door and get it open. Get to the others. I'm going for the relic. And I pop out. And I start running for that relic. Can I dash through this hallway?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So about here would be my dash action.
All right. The turn passes down to Nyphix.
I'm going to pass here and tell Eelix, let him know that that relic that we encountered at the very beginning on the job with Captain Vickers, Karrith and I passed it south in the south hallway below this room. There is a similar relic. It's different than the one that we had seen, but almost similar.
A similar pedestal, by the way.
Yeah. I don't know its significance, but there's one like it that's here.
I can't remember how big was that thing.
It's like statue sized.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like a small, like a medium-sized bust.
Okay, so it's something. It's something we could transport.
Mm-hmm.
Potentially, if it's not wrapped to the ground.
Well, it's worth trying to get then. So, yeah. I mean, if we could get it, we should get it.
Nyphix is then going to, at a distance, follow behind Karrith. Just not with him, but just to kind of watch his back.
Are you healing up?
She has nothing to heal herself with.
I have no spell slots left.
Oh, damn.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So much for sticking to the plan.
Yeah, Scab's gonna look at Eelix and go, "No switch."
No switch.
Fuck, please God, no.
And he's gonna start heading out as well. I can. Okay. Razzik, you're up.
We're not seeing any enemies out this hole, right?
Nope. They went north.
All right, I'll fall back out here. Eelix, you ready to go?
Yep. Let's go.
All right, let's push out here and keep that crossbow loaded. And I'm gonna keep that sword not deployed but handy.
All right. Karrith, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead, just dash action again, get to the end of the hallway,
Okay.
and I'm gonna at least try to perceive the rest of the room with this relic that's in the middle. God.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you're gonna spot much.
Yeah, I think definitely, well, I have quite a high perception. +9, so that's 13.
You're kind of filled with a bit of unease.
Okay.
Don't grab it.
Well. All right. That brings it over to Nyphix's turn.
I'm just going to follow up behind him.
All right. Eelix.
I'm gonna come up behind them, giggity. And be ready. I am gonna say, you know, I'd be really careful touching that thing. This place has been full of worms. It might have something to do with that.
And Razzik, you're up.
I guess I'll follow them to the south, but I'm gonna keep that burning hands prepared as cold hands. Okay.
All right. Karrith, your move.
Alright. Gonna move up to the thing. And then hearing Eelix yell down the hall, like, what the things have been doing, creating worms and everything, like, I'll hear that and then just kind of, like, wait at the hallway, but still look around, look down south to see if there was anybody still here. Oh, hi!
Action procs. And he is going to pick you up and slam you into this wall right here.
Jesus!
Okay.
That is 14 points of damage there.
Okay.
As you turn your head to like catch what Eelix said, and you just see this big 10-foot large smiling motherfucker, ear to ear, like some kind of eldritch horror, dash out of the shadows, snatch you up, and slam you against the wall. And that was his held action. He's got you grappled.
Say that last part one more time.
That was his held action. Still your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna try to break out of this grapple. Would I still be able to hit him with the sword, that cold sword? Or is this grapple hold me that I have to break it first?
You can swing the cold sword, but I think at this point you're choosing between escaping or swinging.
I'm gonna swing.
All right.
This guy's gonna start going for someone else.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's +7, so 25.
That's a hit.
So first slashing. And cold.
All right.
Love that it was a 6. I would think, yeah, as soon as he did that grapple into me, I just immediately gripped seeing him coming out of the shadows and just tried to, like, stab into him as he lunged me into the wall.
And Nyphix, it is now your turn as slammed again, gasps out, the sword comes down and slams in this thing's shoulder.
I guess I'm going to advance to the entrance of the hallway. That's not as far as I'm going, and the only thing Nyphix has is 3 stones in her pocket. Which are magic stones from ages ago. They were still sitting in her pocket. And I guess I'm just going to throw one.
All right.
Sometimes doing something is great. Sometimes doing something that's gonna get you killed, I'm not great with. I hope he doesn't.
Doing something that can get you killed
Got
is
it.
fun.
Roll that range attack throw.
Good luck.
Good luck, everybody.
I bet.
Right. In here somewhere. Jesus. fucking Christ.
Is that a 3?
That is a 3.
That's a wonderful 3. That rock just banged off him for no reason.
You fire this magical rock and it spews past this thing. And you just hear all of the hundreds of worms in this thing's body start laughing at the same time. Just a cacophonous. Anything else you want to do on your turn?
No.
Retreat! Please? Get out of there!
Eelix, it is now your turn.
There's not much farther I can retreat. The one-way hallway.
I mean, all I got right now is ranged attacks. Because sleep, I don't think sleep's going to work on this thing.
No.
Also, Karrith, when we get back around to your turn, background elements. I need a check.
A background elements? What?
A background element is going to come into play. I need a perception check.
Okay.
So you brought up the part of your background.
$16 hit.
16 hits. He's a big boy. Got big. Got very...
12.
All right. And with that, we'll get you up there with Nyphix. It's Scab's turn. Scab needs a perception check. He will unfortunately whiff that perception check. And he's just going to happily walk. Razzik, you, however, in your background, also have an element coming into play. As you start wandering down the hall, you get the feeling that something is wrong. And boy, you hate to be right sometimes. As you turn and look back down the hallway and see what's coming into the room that you got.
I appreciate that they're all lined up like that. It makes things easier. 1 second. There it is. Trying to see the range, make sure I have the range. That's 35 feet with no saving throw, so that's cute. Okay, so I think there's a measuring thing here. Yeah.
Yep. 60 feet right there.
Yeah, so I'm gonna shout behind us. Hold on. I got 5, 10, 20, 25, 30. Yeah. It's got to be 10 more feet. I want to hit for the back of them. So 35 feet to the back of them.
All right, and what are you firing?
A freezing ray instead of a scorching ray.
All right.
It will do 46 plus 2 cold damage.
You got this.
Oh, boom! Get frozen, bitches.
You got to make attack rolls for them now.
Oh.
Yeah, you fire off one ray at a time, up to 3.
No,
you-
I only
you
have
blast-
one. You don't get it. You don't get a second one until level 8.
Yeah, 1 or more rays. You blast your enemies with a searing beam of fire. You may fire 1 ray plus 1 additional ray every 4 levels beyond 3rd. to a maximum of 3 rays at 11. Each ray requires a ranged touch attack to hit and deals 46 fire damage. In your case, frost. The rays may be fired. Or different targets, but all rays. Okay, so it only hits.
So it's a +6. It's a 21.
21 hits.
So yeah, it will blast right through them all.
You only get 1 target.
Oh,
not-
well, if I aim at the guy at the back, doesn't it have to go through the guys in the front to get to the guy at the back?
Yeah, but it's not a line attack. It's
Yeah,
a targeted attack. It's like shooting a crossbow bolt.
Oh.
if anything, it would be cool if you could just hit the guy and get him frozen in front and make it harder for the other ones to get past him.
Well, I mean, I can do that. I hit him, and I already rolled the damage. It's 22 frozen, so I guess I'll hit the guy. I'll hit the guy in front, and then use the rest of my turn to move as far away back as I can.
Yeah.
All right.
I
Like
mean,
right there, I guess. Yeah. So that guy in front takes 22 cold.
And that is more than double hit. That is double his hit points. So I'm going to freeze him where he is.
How badly do you want it, you wormy fuckers? Come get some.
yeah, because if they were going to continue through, I was going to say if you would have cut to the left, you would have been able to toggle that switch on.
Still
Yeah.
think
If
that
they
might be a good
continue
idea
left,
anyway. Get
that's
them to chase.
exactly-
Mm-hmm. Because it'll separate them.
Yeah, if they
Then Razzik can
continue
come around.
to press, that's probably what I'm gonna do. But if nothing else, I made that square damn difficult terrain,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
and terrain that hurts them, hopefully.
25 points of damage to Karrith.
25?
He rolled a nat 20.
Jesus Christ. That literally hits me exactly 0.
Well, you're still conscious. You just ain't happy.
As you watch Karrith get peeled off of the wall, screaming and trying to stop the slam, and just bam, bam, double slam right on top of this stone barricade, and Karrith is now unconscious. It is your turn, and I'm going to say, as he was whipping you above his head, we got a chance to see it right before you went unconscious. So go ahead and give me that perception check, and let's see if they get the information from you before you become a corpse.
Yeah. 22.
All right. I will now send you a message. And with that, it's going to be Nyphix's turn. What do you want to do?
I guess in this instance, I'm going to use the only thing I actually do have, and that's channel energy. So that's gonna affect Karrith, Eelix, myself, and Scab. And it's going to be a blast of healing energy.
Okay.
So I actually have to figure out if it's just max or if I actually have to roll it.
I believe if it's like a cleric channel energy, you have to roll it.
I think so.
Yeah, the channel energy, you get a certain number of hits and a certain number of uses.
Yeah, I had to figure out if it was the one of them is a roll, and one particular thing I have is a roll. One of them is a max. I just had to figure out which one it was.
But I think you're at 2d6 because we're not at 5th level yet.
It's
All right,
1D, it's 1d. Oh shit! It's 1d6 actually.
So what you messaged
That's
me.
4.
Wait, is your character sheet right? Are you level 4 on that character sheet or level 3?
Myself,
Yeah.
4. Because my channel energy is not actually a spell; it is a skill. And what I'm doing is it takes 2 fervor, and my fervor is 1d6.
Right, you're a war priest. Right. Sorry, my bad.
So
Okay.
you use the healing energy of the fervor.
So is that the end of your turn?
I could throw another stone.
So what you messaged me, you said that I would only see that, but I wouldn't be able to tell them.
Well, because you got knocked unconscious immediately
Okay.
afterwards.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
You got the womp womp. But
I got whomped.
But did that channel energy hit Karrith as well?
Yeah, it's within a 30 foot.
So he would have gotten 4 health back. He's conscious again, in a lot of pain.
Oh my god. Yeah, just that blackout, then back in.
Why did you heal me so quick?
Right. We could do it 2 more times.
So I'm back to conscious.
I will.
4 hit points.
I will
Okay.
use another stone. Because
Alright.
that's the only weapons I have. Is 2 more stones.
Would I be allowed when I come to just yell what I seen?
Yeah, it's a free action.
Okay. So you're just winding up for the stones, and he just wakes up and he's like, down in the south, there's a blue glow!
I guess I'll just look back at Eelix then, since he's got more weapons than I do, and just look at him and say, you take care of the big guy, I'm gonna go figure out what that is. And I will take the remainder of my action and head down this way.
Alright. Eelix, you are up.
I am going to shoot at it with an arrow.
Alright.
Because I'm kind of a one-trick pony at this point.
Don't worry, is this my 5th guy I've been grappled with?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I brought like 7 gnolls with us, and they are completely useless.
They're one of the
Save me
biggest...
from getting infected. How dare you speak about our no brothers like that?
They're not doing
Trust
anything
me.
right now to help us, so they're useless to me.
Trust me, what outside is only rivaled by what you're fighting in here.
Yep.
Whatever that is. 14 plus 6, that's a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
Seven.
Alright. This thing is taking blow after blow, and your parts of it die off, but there are so many worms in here. Each ice attack is doing double damage. It's now Scab's turn. Scab, I think we gave.
I was gonna do something.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna give Scab one of the ice things, little ice stabbers.
Okay.
And I'll be like, go get him.
Roll diplomacy. Because right now we're having like yesterday's talk. Right now.
Not very good. Not very good. It was a bold move, Cotton. But we're talking a 7.
It pays off. I love that reference. That's great.
Yeah.
Love dodgeball.
Though you are the first one who has ever believed in him, and now he has an ice weapon to fight with, he's going to look at the ice weapon, he's going to load it into his crossbow after cracking it, and he's going to fire the ice sword at the monster. Oh, no.
Oh no! I'm just gonna look at a knife in my arm and I'm like, the fuck?
Is anybody gonna be upset when I kill this thing?
Who, Scab?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What are these other ones coming in?
All right. And then one final. Cool. All right.
What happened to Scab? I don't know. He fell down
So,
repeatedly.
It just lodged into his own brain.
so
Falling
Eelix,
down
you
on the
watch
knife.
him. You watch him literally doing what you guys have done up to this point, cracking the canister, pulling it down. The ice blade comes out, and then you watch him load it into your crossbow, and you're like, fuck it, it'll be funny. And he fires it, misses the monster completely. As you would figure, the bolt does not have a trajectory meant to actually be a crossbow bolt. It goes skewing and hits this thing right here, the little pedestal. And you watch it crack over and tilt to the side, slamming into the creature. Hold on, that's not accurate to what's about to happen here. There we go. And you're going to hear, and one of the legs of the monster is going to come out from underneath it as it slams to the ground after its leg was vaporized.
Its legs got vaporized?
Yeah, and it broke the pedestal in the process. But yeah, one of the legs just gets destroyed with the disintegrate spell. And you'll watch the worms trying to recuperate the leg. And this will also give Karrith a bit of an opportunity to let go for a moment. And the creature is going to take a second to recoup his leg instead of slamming Karrith into the ground like a piece of rock candy. It is
Right.
Razzik's turn. I know it doesn't seem like that was bad, but trust me.
Let's see. I am going to cast. I have 8 uses of Force Missile. And I get to add +2 damage to each one, so it acts like a magic missile. So I can't miss my target, and the damage is not force, it's cold. So, hold on one second. Damn it. 2. So, I think it's what, a D4?
A D4 plus 1 if you're using magic missile. Cross
No,
missile.
then it would be a D4 plus 3.
What spell is it you're using?
Force Missile. It's a part of my school. I'm an evocation wizard.
Yeah, it kind of acts like magic missile. So it's just 1d4 plus the damage from your intense spell's evocation power, which is half of your wizard level, minimum 1. So
Yeah,
you're
my
gonna get.
wizard level is 4, so it's +2, so it's 1d4
Yep.
plus 2.
Yep.
I am going to aim that at the second guy behind that first guy who's frozen solid.
Sounds cool to me.
So that's a 21.
It automatically strikes the bow. You didn't have to roll that one, so you're good.
Oh, okay. Well, then I didn't know, but just in case, I just figured I'd do it. But
That's
I got max damage, so 6 ice.
all right. Which I am losing power here, so I'm probably gonna get blitzed out in a second. I'm watching my lights flick. Just letting you guys know.
That's no bueno.
Okay.
All right, so that's 12 points of damage in total to that guy. He's not looking. And now he's debating on how to best break his friend. So, is that the end of your turn?
Can I hold my move action in case they come flooding in here?
Sure.
I'm gonna hold my move action and hit that switch.
You can hold your move action to start moving towards said switch.
Yeah, that's fine.
30. But all right, so they're going to break that guy there, and 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. They're going to start moving in to start flooding into the room.
As soon as they do that, I just right there through the switch.
All right. And since only one of them acted at the moment, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, they're going to start trying to flood on in. But that guy, the one guy already uses attack action.
Yeah.
All right. With that, that elite worm is going to regrow his leg. You're up, Karrith.
Okay. So I'm up to. I'm looking at him. Do I have to fight out of this grapple hold?
No, he let you go. He's currently
Okay.
all manner controlled on getting this leg back.
Okay. I think I'll take this as an opportunity then to strike his leg. But I want to check how this works, because there's a combat expertise. You can choose to take a -1 penalty on a melee attack roll and combat maneuver checks to gain a +1 dodge bonus to your armor class. Base attack bonus reaches +4 every time.
If you're trying to boost your AC, you can also take total defense.
I don't think I have that feat on at the moment, though.
That's
Total
not a feat.
defense is,
That's something you can do. Total defense is like a battle action, like running. Like if you run, like full withdrawal. It's a battle action like that. It's not a feat.
Yeah, it's like taking the dodge action in 5e. You forsake attack to focus defense.
I see. Okay.
Right.
So I'll go ahead and just attack to try to make sure he can't fully heal his leg. That is 22.
That's a hit.
So first will be slashing. Makes sense. It makes sense.
All right. Anything else you want to do while distracted trying to regrow its leg, or are you gonna sit here and try and hold it?
I think if it's distracted, I'm gonna try to move to the alternate side over here.
All right.
Just so that he has to choose targets.
There we go. All right. So now it is Nyphix's turn.
Okay. How big is this room in front of me? Is it capable for me to take at least somewhat of a flight to be able to move 60 feet?
That's 60 feet right there.
Okay. That's what I'm going to do.
All right. And as you get closer and closer to that chamber, and you are now that close, you can tell that there is a cold air coming from that chamber. Not like a refrigerator of some sort. And you can start seeing holes in the ceiling, on the floor, on the walls of that circular room down there.
Okay.
That's a rug, by the way, that you're standing next to.
Wasn't sure if it was a rug or a pillar.
Yeah, no, these little slip guys here are pillars.
Noted.
Yeah, I at first thought it was like little tables or something.
Nyphix will land on a table if it's a table. Fuck it.
Fuck the table.
Fuck these people on their table.
Fuck you, couch.
For now, she's just gonna lay in where she's at, and she's just gonna kind of hold the rest of her action until the next turn.
All right, Eelix, you're up.
Well, I mean, fuck me. He just regrew a leg, right?
He's getting there. He'll have it
So
fully
he's
regrown by the turn.
regenerating constantly throughout this fight.
Yep. You're dealing enough cold damage to him, but it's not enough. You need massive amounts of cold to affect this guy how you want.
Yeah, he needs to get back up in that room. Meet you on the other side, Karrith.
That makes sense.
Hopefully you understand what I mean by that.
Yeah, I do. But I'm gonna look down the hallway where Nyphix is going. Do I kind of glean what she's doing down there?
It seems like she's investigating what you were talking about.
Okay. Yeah, because I can't move until my turn. I already decisioned here, but that's definitely what I'm thinking about. If he follows us or follows them. Thanks, Scab. It's good to know you're here.
All right. Cool. For once, Scab will actually hit something.
About fucking time.
All right. And he will fire and slam about an arrow into that creature. And then you watch him as he starts and starts cheering about him managing to land this attack. Razzik, it is your turn. I'm letting you know now, flipping this is going to be a bonus.
Is gonna what?
Be a bonus.
Oh, okay.
You know, those things that are barely ever used.
Sure. Just so unused to using them. I am going to move to this side, kick that switch, and stand right here, and then I'm gonna prepare my last burning hands, but as cold damage for when they come for me. And as soon as they're all in that room, I'm gonna fuck that room up with cold damage.
And Eelix, as you start running towards that room, you see one of the creatures standing there looking at the doors that you were wandering through. And then you watch him get annihilated by a blast of frosty energy as these frosty chunks hit your face, dealing 0 damage.
Perfect.
Big frosty joe.
All right.
Perfect.
And with the held action, it is now going to turn. He's going to look at Karrith, look at Scab.
What a 50-50, right?
Sorry.
Holy shit.
Hey!
I figured.
Scab doesn't have a very high AC to begin with.
Leave him alone, he's just little.
Are you sure about that?
All right. Zip. Bam!
Jesus. Sorry, Scab.
And you will watch our poor boy go out like a... I'm gonna check it out again real quick against his character sheet, but we'll see what happened to him in a second.
Yeah. I would hope he had 12 HP, but probably not.
I mean, he is a level under you guys.
Mm-hmm. He is also a,
And Karrith, you are up.
Is he, like, looking right at Scab now?
He seems to be taking a look at Scab and seeing if he managed to kill Scab. But I think but if you look at him, he seems that Scab was more of an annoyance, and he's got his eyes on that was just making sure Little Man knew his place before he continues with the meat.
I feel like this is a waste of perception, but I'm practically trying to see.
He turns his head
No.
towards you as you hear the snapping of bones and sinew and the maneuvering of tiny little worms as he gazes his eyes at you one more time.
Mm-hmm. It's weird that it's not in here. But all right, I'm gonna take this opportunity to just dash, and I'm gonna try to get to where she is, so I can get to there.
Believe it or not, 14, he's still up. Not by much, but he's still up.
Oh, you mean health-wise?
Yeah, he's got 10 hit points left.
I'll be damned.
I mean, a part of me would love to hit him if he's that low.
No, I'm talking about Scab.
Oh, okay. Never
Yeah,
mind.
Yeah,
I'll hit Scab later.
he's got 24 hit points.
You said these are just carpet over here?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, my dash would get me to here. Can I see at least now what we're looking at?
You also will notice what Nyphix is noticing. That it is a room that is glowing blue with holes all over the floor, the ceiling, the walls. And it's emanating a cold energy, like a refrigerator. Also, Razzik, let's see if you survive this next couple seconds, or if you're going to get wormed. Go ahead and fire off your proc action. I'm going to roll one reflex save for my whole here. All right.
Oh yeah. It's 10 cold damage.
As the worms come exceedingly close to your face, way too close for comfort.
Oh god. And fucking light flashed before my eyes. I remember being a kid again. I don't even remember that.
You'll watch as they fade away.
That's crazy. Filthy little shit. I turned the button off. And I cast detect magic to make sure I don't step on any worms or anything. They're not clinging to the walls, trying to drop in the fucking ceiling. I'm just paying attention to being careful.
Yep. Still in combat.
Yeah, I fall back out to where Eelix is, and I'm like, what's happening? I just got a bunch of them.
We got to get the big one up here. He's coming.
I was going to say, you're still back in that room. We're still moved like 60 feet outside of your turn.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I just, there you go. Put me wherever you think I'm at.
All right. So, Nyphix, it's your turn. It's all good.
And Nyphix is going to go ahead and take flight again. Move herself to just inside this room to take stock of exactly what it is that's going on down here.
You will notice that there is another room below that seems to have arcane instruments in it. And it seems to be connected with this room here.
Plus 30, 35. Next, I'm gonna go ahead and finish that last 30 feet to the end of the hallway.
All right. Eelix, it is your turn. Are you just hovering outside for now?
I'm gonna try and hopefully lure this guy's following me, hopefully. That was the plan. Loom him up, lure him up, get that switch flipped.
You kind of take notice that this thing seems to have a hard on. Seems very single-minded.
Yeah. So he ain't coming, is what you're saying, Giggy.
Nah. He'd rather take the big, wide-open 10-foot side door instead of squeezing through the 5-foot hallway.
Razzik, got any more spells?
No!
You got any more of those ice spells?
Yeah.
Not really! I got little tiny ones!
So
Really
let's
big thing that's not taking much damage. We gotta get the fuck out of here then.
That's
So let's
probably a
go-
good idea. Sorry, go ahead.
let's close this boy out with a bit of a skill challenge because I think I see where we're going here. As Nyphix bursts into the other room and is looking at the control panels for that room that she was just in, you get the feeling that that room is a advanced version of the room that you just came in, some type of a sterilization chamber, and significantly more than the other one. Where that other one seems to be to eliminate small worms moving from point A to point B, this looks like something that was supposed to be used to keep Corpse Ass in place, and wasn't used. Karrith, you feel the big creature chasing behind you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll a reflex saving throw as you're running away from it. All right. That's one.
That's gonna be. You said reflex?
Yep.
That's a flat 10.
Flat 10, that is not enough. Roll another. Where will you get first? 3 fails or 3 successes?
Is that reflex as well?
Yep.
Plus
Stop.
3. So 18.
That is a success. Give me another.
Oh my god, Karrith.
That's a nat 1.
Nyphix, do you happen to have anything in the register?
I can only imagine exactly how that would go. The leaps and bounds to try to get over there and just slipping on whatever this icy stuff is made of.
Also, Eelix, Razzik, are you guys going to be trying to kind of slow this creature down as it's chasing down after Karrith?
I mean, that's my plan currently, but I'm kind of far away.
Yeah. It's like, gotta
I would
start
say
heading
that-
back now, but...
I'm going to be... I've turned this over into a skill check, so I'm just getting you guys over there.
Okay.
How do you guys want to try and slow it, Karrith? Eat shit on his one.
Yeah.
I mean,
Perhaps
I
with
got a
3
loaded
failures and hit.
crossbow with the frost arrow, and I can hit it with a spell that can't miss and will do a d4 plus 2 cold.
All right. Give me a range attack.
There we go. Natural 1.
What the
This is it. It was nice knowing you guys.
If Eelix rolls a 1, I'm killing your character, Karrith.
I know, it has to.
I can attempt to use a blessing. I haven't used any.
24 on a ranged?
Damn good hit. What kind of blessing would you like to use, Nyphix?
10.
That's
Just-
20 points.
It's just going to be a blessing over the party to keep us up, just to get the fuck out of here at this point. Just
All right.
reaching out to the deity of mine, and I just have to pass the DC 16.
And Razzik, can you roll me damage on your crossbow?
Yeah. It's a
God,
D8?
fuck.
It's a D8, right?
D10. Oh, wait, hold on. What kind of crossbow do you have? Light or
Whatever one was in that room.
heavy? It's a 10.
1d10. 4.
Cool. So, with that, Karrith, as you're bolting towards this room, you feel yourself slip and slide. And as Nyphix's blessing tries to reach you and misses, Eelix's bolt will slam into the creature from behind, slowing it down just enough. And then you hear, "Ah!" as Razzik saw a worm drop from the ceiling and shot Scab in repentance, just being shocked.
I'm sorry, Scab. No. Bite me.
Son of a bitch!
I'm sorry, Scab. My friend.
Oh.
I didn't mean it. I apologize.
And as you slide into the room, Nyphix slams on the cold device, and this room freezes over, destroying this creature in the process. All of his worms freezing up, and him no longer being here.
Suck on that, muscles glasses.
With that, combat ends, and the ruins are yours to explore freely.
Search everything. Take a 20.
I think Karrith would be like on the ground like this, truly like this, and it's just like. Okay. Like that biffing at the end was not what he planned.
But I feel like that breath of relief is a good place to end the session for today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have went through too many concussions. I probably will forget who I am by the end of this.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have I blacked out now? There's probably like a counter for this at this point.
At least you blacked out. I think I've passed over and come back how many times now?
I think we're just in that pool right now, Zero. We've been in the pool of blacking out and coming to.